The other committee too. Always on the website.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Housing and Economic Development Committee. My name is Senator Chip Curry, and we are convening today for in the morning for briefings, and then in the afternoon for work sessions. And so we'll get started here today, and I'll ask if we could start from the horseshoe on the left-hand side and ask folks to introduce themselves.
This is Representative John Eder, House District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Hi, I'm Representative Cassie Julia, HD 65 in Waterville.
Morning, my name is Grayson Lochner. I represent House District 113, which is part of Portland. If you'll indulge me for a second, I'm sort of returning to this committee, and in keeping with the tradition of that, I brought the committee a snack/present in the form of a gingerbread house. And it's got the state of Maine on one side and says housing for all on the other, which I hope is a sentiment we can all share this time of year. But anyway, thank you for that and excited to be joining you.
Hi, I'm Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy. And I'll bring back an oldie but a goodie. Clinton is the dairy capital of our state.
I was going to say dairy capital of the world, but also of Maine. Hi, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, and I am the co-chair of the committee.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Mallett. I represent House District 133, which is part of the great city of Biddeford.
Hello, I'm Representative Cheryl Golick, and I represent District 99, which is all of Harpswell and part of Brunswick.
Good morning. I'm Yusuf. I represent District 118, part of Portland. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm State Senator Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Buxton, Old Orchard Beach, and Saco. And if we're bragging about our districts, Saco is the home of the Class A football champs.
Good morning, Senator Dick Bradstreet, District 15. That's comprised of Augusta, China, Belgrade, Mount Vernon, Sydney, and my hometown of Vassalboro. I'm also a member of the LD 1453 working group.
And again, I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. We're being supported in the committee today by our committee analyst, Lynn Westfall, and we have a substitute clerk in today. Thank you for stepping in. And Dylan, I don't know your last name. Wait. Orkin. Thank you. With that, we'll start with our briefings, and we have the LD 1453, the working group resolved to establish housing production innovation, the housing production innovation working group, and I'll invite the presenters to come to the front. I think that's going to be. Is it correct that it's going to be John Crowley and Rebecca Hatfield? Okay. Phoenix, are you joining? Are you not joining? Or you'll be support from behind. Excellent. And we have reports being passed out. These were also distributed earlier electronically. It is a little dark, isn't it? I don't, there we go. Yes.
There's good morning.
Thank you from the Senate President's office. Welcome. Yes, perfect.
Ready to get started? Great. Well, good morning, Senator Curry, Representative Gear, and members of the Housing and Economic Development Committee. I'm Rebecca Hatfield. I'm the Chief Strategy and Growth Officer for Hancock Lumber. I am also one of the co-chairs for the Housing Production Innovation Work Group, along with John Crowley, who's going to be presenting with me today. We're pleased to be here to present the findings of our work group. And first, we want to start by thanking the Housing Production Innovation Work Group members, as well as the subject matter experts and the practitioners that contributed to the recommendations. And also a special thank you to Phoenix McLaughlin, DECD's Director of Strategy Implementation, who staffed the committee. He was excellent in guiding and supporting us. So to start, just to go over, Okay, I'm gonna control my slides. I've got this. Um, Great. So just to start by going over the presentation format today, we'll do a brief review of the purpose and goals. I'll talk a little bit about the process and the themes that we identified, and then we're going to move into recommendations in 4 categories. So I'm going to cover code and licensing, and then John will cover the other 3 categories: incentives, training, workforce development, and issues for further research and action. So starting with the purpose and goals, in terms of the work group's purpose, we were tasked with exploring solutions to unlock the potential of industrialized housing systems and technologies in order to meet the growing housing demand, accelerate production, and reduce housing development costs. And when we're talking about industrialized technologies, we're primarily focusing on vertical construction approaches, so modular manufactured housing and components or panelized systems. So it's all off-site construction. In terms of the process, we met for 3 to 4 months with regular meetings. We heard from experts, practitioners, and officials both in-state and out-of-state, and then we visited various sites and manufacturers both in-state and out-of-state. And in our exploration and talking to people in the field, we identified 5 primary themes. The first thing is industrialized construction has the most impact on production, delivery, and cost reduction when housing incorporates repeatable, standardized design at scale. The second is consistency and uniformity in regulation and enforcement of regulation is important to achieving time savings. The third is state and local alignment and clear roles reduce ambiguity and increase predictability and efficiency. The fourth is compatible state resources and incentives, as well as a skilled workforce, create capacity. And the last one is alignment in the market, specifically with Northeastern states, also helps the supply channels and supports economies of scales. So with these 5 themes in mind, the work group's overall recommendations aim to address these 2 things. We improve Maine's regulatory landscape for industrialized construction and increase adoption of industrial building systems among manufacturers, developers, builders, retailers, and homeowners. And we want to do this through alignment and capacity building. So I'm going to start with the first recommendation, which is code and licensing. We started our focus on code and licensing really for 2 reasons. It's tangible and it's concrete, and it can have immediate impact. And so I want to note, and you should keep in mind that some of these recommendations are interrelated, and so they should be considered as a package in order to achieve proper intent. When we looked at the barriers, trends, and reviewed other states' approaches in code and licensing, we found a few things. 1, Maine is an outlier in the Northeast in both code and licensing, and it is somewhat of an outlier nationally. In the Northeast, Maine is the only state that requires a professional license specifically for modular installation. And Maine is the only state in the Northeast that doesn't cover commercial buildings in its modular or industrialized housing code. And when we're talking about commercial, we're meaning 3+ units or multifamily. So the map in the report illustrates this, and there's just a few things I want to highlight on this map. 1, most states in the country treat residential and commercial offsite construction approaches the same. And Maine is one of the very few states in the country that treats residential and commercial approaches differently and that leverages third-party inspection only for residential modular construction. With these themes in mind and our code and licensing recommendations, we aim to create consistency across residential and commercial, which is in line with other states, streamline licensing systems, and modernize the programs to align with the greater market and best practices. So we have in total 6 recommendations, and I'm going to take them and I'm going to talk about the first 3 and then talk about the second 3. The first 3 aim to help modernize the modular licensing and code, as other states in the Northeast have already done. So the first 2, and the first one is remove the state licensing requirement for installation and sale of modular housing. This opens up the market of potential installers and dealers to those with transferable skills and expertise. So it's capacity building. The second is replace the manufacturer license with an approval system with similar requirements to what is currently in place for the license. So instead of issuing a professional license, you would get a state-issued letter of approval. And what this does is it creates a more nimble and responsive approval system, putting emphasis on the manufacturer to provision a quality product. And I should say that the first two recommendations should be considered as a package in order to meet the intent. The third recommendation focuses on the residential and modular, commercial alignment. We suggest that you universally recognize modular residential and commercial under the same regulatory regime, applying code and in-factory inspections equally. So currently, the Modular and Manufactured Housing Program and the Manufactured Housing Board governs 1 and 2 unit modular housing. 3 units or commercial multifamily is governed by MUBEC and local authority, which does not consider the different nature of modular or off-site factory-based construction. So the recommendation is to move them under the same regime, and that could be achieved in a couple of ways, which is outlined in the report. But briefly, the first way you could do it is you could move commercial under the modular housing program with residential, or the second way is you could move residential under MUBEC with commercial, and you would need to implement revisions to recognize the differences of offsite manufacturing. So to wrap up with the final 3 recommendations, these 3 recommendations are focused on alignment across all offsite industrialized housing systems, such as HUD code homes, closed wall building systems or panels, tiny homes, etc. And the first recommendation is as international residential and building codes, so IRC and IBC, are updated to include standards for other types of industrialized housing systems, we suggest bringing these systems under a re-envision and modernize Industrialized Construction Act. The new act would streamline regulation for industrialized housing as it pertains to code and inspections. And it equalizes all industrialized housing and puts it under one umbrella, more like off-site construction regulations. The second recommendation is as the modular and manufactured housing program is updated. So for example, if the licensing is changed for modular housing, then HUD code housing regulation should be updated to align with the respective administrative changes as it makes sense, knowing that it's different because it's federally regulated. So as an example, you may want to consider whether there should be a separate state license for HUD code housing or change to defaulting to the federal license. And then finally, as it pertains to code, permitting, and land use, there are other changes that are equally as critical for industrialized technologies as it is for many other types of housing. And some of these weren't necessarily in the scope of this work group, but we did note them in our report, and I'll just high level go through them quickly. It's streamlined code enforcement through training and a regionalized approach, synchronize code adoption timing, implement pre-approved designs, incentivize local and municipal support of housing and industrialized methods, improve and modernize building safety regulations, and improve DEP policies and processes. And there's a little bit more in the report about these suggestions. So I want to thank you for your time today, and I'll turn it over to John to go over the remainder of the recommendations.
Thank you. Excellent. Want to slide that over?
Yep, sure can.
Which button will you use? Just this
Yep.
one?
Move the mic over a little bit. Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Good morning, Senator Curry and Representative Gary and members of the Housing and Economic Development Committee. My name is John Crowley. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Is this on?
Yep.
I represent, I'm a senior advisor to Asahi Kaze Homes, which is a company I'm sure none of you have heard of. We're one of the largest home builders in Japan. We build over 10,000 units a year, and we've been building in the United States for the last 5 years, currently working with Meritage Homes, which is the very large home builder in the US, trying to reduce housing construction from 120 days to 60 days. In Japan, we build a typical home in 90 days and a multifamily home in less than 9 months. And we've been doing that for over 50 years. So just as context, I've spent about 40 years of my career in the industrialized housing space. And I've been co-chairing this committee with Rebecca and working with a number of folks sitting here and in the audience. It's been a pleasure working with everyone. And I'm here to share a focused set of recommendations to help build homes in Maine faster, at a lower cost and higher quality by making smarter use of industrialized construction methods. By that, I mean modular homes, panelized building envelope systems, and HUD code manufactured housing. These methods are really not a silver bullet, but they can meaningfully lower costs, shorten construction timelines when they're deployed at scale with the right regulatory framework, incentives, and a workforce behind them. Let me start with the problem that we're trying to solve. I know it's been stated numerous times, but I think it's important to reaffirm this. For most projects, hard construction costs, which is the site work, the foundations, the building itself, account for a large share of the cost of building a single family home, say 55 to 65% typically. And for multifamily, 65 to 75% hard construction costs. Land, soft costs, and financing make up the rest. So we can't solve this problem by simply focusing on vertical construction. We have to think about it more holistically. Industrialized construction can help really on 3 fronts. Building the same project with an off-site system instead of stick-built can lower costs in certain cases, but not always. The larger and more consistent benefit is reduced time to completion, shorter construction timelines, lower interest costs, and fewer delays. Slippage is a major problem within our industry. A housing project that was supposed to start today may only start in 3 or 4 months because of a variety of delays, many of which you're all familiar with. The greatest cost advantage appears when we manufacture repeatable, affordable designs at scale, not when we simply substitute a factory product into a one-off custom project. We see that oftentimes where a custom home will be asked to be produced in a factory and just the efficiencies are not there. HUD code homes are the most standardized example. They're built to a federal code with a very high level of completion in the factory. They can be significantly less expensive per square foot to build than traditional homes. They're not directly comparable to stick-built homes in terms of code standards, but that's exactly the point. We need to think carefully about what is being built and how it is being built and align our policies accordingly. I think what I've observed in Maine in the 5 years I've been living back here, we are still living in the 1970s when we think about manufactured housing. They are no longer mobile homes. Our conclusion is that Maine needs 2 things at the same time: a more supportive regulatory and financing landscape for industrialized construction, as Rebecca has presented, and a deliberate effort to grow production efficiency and adoption among manufacturers, builders, and homeowners. With that context, I'd like to turn to 2 key recommendation clusters. The first cluster of recommendations focuses on direct, what we call near-term incentives to accelerate the use of industrialized construction systems. We recommend creating a per-unit payment for industrialized units produced and installed in Maine. Maine could adopt a sliding scale approach or a set fixed incentive with 3 key design principles. The first, to cover the full range of industrialized building methods, which would be HUD code, modular, panelized building envelope. The second, to adjust the incentive by the level of completion in the factory. And third, to tie incentives to stronger affordability outcomes. This would send a clear signal that the state wants to build more homes this way, here in Maine. At present, the legislature is considering changes through LD 1419 to increase the sales tax exemption for modular and HUD code housing, so it more closely matches the tax treatment of stick-built homes in Maine. The working group recommends going a step further, temporarily exempt industrialized housing systems from the sales tax altogether. That change would encourage builders and developers to try these systems, make them more competitive against traditional methods, and help move the market toward more productive building approaches. In Maine, we have what I would call a housing productivity problem. The average builder in Maine builds 1.5 houses per year, just to put it in perspective. Because these building methods are still these industrialized building methods are still unfamiliar to many builders, lenders, and homeowners, we recommend a state-sponsored prize competition. The state would offer pre-approved lots and invite builders using various industrialized systems to compete to deliver a code-compliant missing middle starter home, duplex or triplex, at the lowest cost and quickest time to completion. This would showcase what's possible in real Maine conditions, because we all like to know that it's being done here in Maine, generate data, and build public and industry awareness and confidence. A significant share of Maine's, oh, you know what? I forgot to, sorry about that. Guess I am still here. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, it's not going backwards. Anyway, sorry about that. There we go. Okay. A significant share of Maine's building activity is influenced by public programs, capital budgets, and state-supported financing. Hence, we recommend ensuring draw schedules and payment timing work for modular, panelized, and off-site components, which would often require earlier payment for factory work. Second, avoiding project specifications that inadvertently exclude newer systems, such as mass timber components or advanced panelized systems. Designing state construction standards so that industrialized methods are explicitly viable side by side with conventional approaches. The goal is not to pick a technology winner, but to ensure that industrialized options can compete and succeed when they deliver better cost, speed, and quality. Even the most efficient factory cannot overcome a lack of affordable building sites. Maine has many vacant and underutilized lots with potential for infill housing, but acquiring and preparing these sites is risky and resource intensive, especially where properties are in disrepair. The Maine Redevelopment Land Bank is structured to tackle exactly this challenge. We recommend capitalizing and using this facility to identify and acquire underutilized lots in towns and cities, to perform pre-development work needed to make them shovel-ready, hence reduce risk, and connect those sites to builders using industrialized systems, possibly with pre-approved designs. This combination of ready land plus efficient building systems could meaningfully expand what I defined housing for Mainers' future. We have a program called Land for Maine's Future. Would love to see a program called Housing for Mainers' Future, and hence build the pipeline so we can ensure that our young people will try to stay in Maine and could afford to stay in Maine. Finally, we recommend strengthening the link between state housing goals and local implementation. Many municipalities across the state want to support housing, but lack the capacity to rewrite ordinances, update their comprehensive plans, or to navigate industrialized systems. The state should expand technical and planning assistance to municipalities, help communities update their zoning and land use policies that support a mix of housing types, including modular and manufactured homes, and align funding and incentives with housing and smart growth objectives so that towns have a clear reason to prioritize their production. The second recommendation cluster focuses on people. Builders, inspectors, students, and most importantly, residents. To increase construction productivity, Maine must build awareness of and capability with new systems across the state. We recommend piloting a construction extension partnership modeled on the manufacturing extension partnership and the cooperative extension program for agricultural industry. This organization would work directly with small and medium-sized firms to improve processes and adopt new methods of construction and planning. Its functions would include helping firms adopt and become certified in modular, panelized, cross-mod, and HUD code systems, and recognizing them as quality industrialized builders. Second, providing one-on-one technical support design, logistics, planning, and integration of factory-built components. Coordinating industry knowledge to inform curricula at the community college and CTE centers across the state, of which there are 9 community college campuses, most of which have building and construction programs of one sort or another, but tend to be very siloed and very specific to a unique trade, as opposed to understanding the complexity of actually building housing. Fourth, collecting data on cost and speed across various construction methods. And we envision this as a public-private partnership with leadership and funding from both sectors. Code enforcement officers are critical. CEOs, code enforcement officers, new acronym if you haven't heard that one yet, aren't clear on which inspections happen in the factory, which happen on site, and how state regulators and third-party inspectors fit in. And hence, projects can stall if they do not understand this process. So we recommend making industrialized construction a required part of code enforcement officer training, providing ongoing refreshers as code and technologies evolve, which they are evolving rapidly across the country, clarifying responsibility between CEOs, state agencies, and factory inspectors. And I would add to that, it would be very useful for our state inspectors to understand more broadly what's happening in states in our region and across the country in terms of adopting new technologies and processes. Maine already has a strong network of community colleges and CTE centers teaching construction trades. These programs should consistently include hands-on exposure to modular and panelized systems, and to my knowledge, none of them do today. Access to appropriate equipment and technology, expand apprenticeship programs with employers utilizing industrialized methods. This not only boosts productivity, but also broadens the pipeline of workers by offering jobs that can be less physically demanding and more predictable, both in the factory and on the job site. Finally, none of this works if residents, neighbors, and local leaders are skeptical, not only of housing in general, but specifically manufactured, industrialized, or modular systems, or of other new housing types. We need better public information. Across the state, we find many people at local level are very uninformed about the complexity of housing and what it takes to build housing. And as we all know, developers are viewed as the evil within the world of delivering housing, which is an economic engine for the state. How construction and supply affect home values needs to be understood, how housing influences municipal revenues and services, how housing relates to local economies and community vibrancy is very misunderstood. We recommend tools such as a Maine housing-focused leadership development program, a Maine-specific toolkit modeled on successful regional examples in states like Vermont and Michigan and Colorado, consumer-friendly materials on building systems, and support for communities to develop clear housing roadmaps, as opposed to a reaction every time they have to do a comprehensive plan. Before I close, the working group also identified topics where further study could inform future legislation. The first is in building codes. We have to explore the benefits and trade-offs of narrowing the gap between Maine's adopted codes and the model codes they are based on to reduce friction in the building product market. And the non-shell construction cost area, which we have not really touched on in our committee, we need to study costs beyond the above grade structure, which is largely what we have focused on in terms of what we call vertical construction. We really need to understand the costs relative to foundations, utilities, site work, pre-development, and design to identify additional opportunities for innovation. And we need better data, expanding data collection on housing demand, construction methods, vacant and underutilized lots, and alternative land arrangements like community land trusts, for example, as ways to bring the cost of affordability in line with the earning capability of young people in Maine. So in closing, to summarize, our message is pretty straightforward. Maine cannot meet its housing needs with business as usual. Industrialized construction gives us a practical, proven way to produce more homes more quickly and at lower cost, but only if our incentives, our regulations, our workforce systems, and public investments are aligned with that goal. And so we're asking you to support per unit incentives and tax treatment that make it easier to choose industrialized systems made in Maine, direct agencies to align procurement, financing, and land readiness efforts with modern building methods, invest in workforce training and public education so that builders, inspectors, educators, and most importantly, the residents of our state are ready to embrace these new homes. Taken together, these steps would position Maine as a leader in cost-effective, high-quality housing production and move us closer to ensuring that every Maine has a safe and affordable place to live. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to questions. I want to frame where I think we are in this process. This is kind of the big knowledge handoff. We have an opportunity to report out a bill from this report, and getting from the report to any legislation is kind of where we're standing right now. And so questions and a process to get to that is what I am seeking right now. So questions that you would have about any of these, and also any thoughts you would have in terms of things that resonate that you would be in support of from this report on reporting out a bill, or what you would need in order to get there. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this well-written report. Truly, it gives a lot of information. I have a couple of questions. My first question is, while I certainly support our Maine community college system, I am a grad of the community college system and our CTE programs. I'm curious why we're leaving out the universities when they are creating some of these new technologies as part of that partnership. For example, the University of Maine system now has the Maine College of Engineering and Computing, which spans multiple campuses. They have building science program, construction engineering technology, et cetera, et cetera. And in addition to, I mean, the really incredible 3D printed house that exists. And so I'm curious why they were left out of this consideration.
I don't think they were really left out or excluded. I think our focus was largely on trades that build the houses. And I think the program that you mentioned, this new program at the university, is really just getting off the ground. So I think it remains to be seen what role they would like to play in workforce development. I think historically, universities have sort of seen vocational trade activities as beneath them. And I would say there's such an opportunity for the universities to participate. But if you think about how houses are built, they're framers, plumbers, carpenters, foundation people. Those are people that are typically not going through four-year college degree programs. And we were looking at how do we adopt changes that could accelerate housing in the near term. And I think the universities in their research agenda, the more closely it's aligned with industry, I think the higher the likelihood that it would bring people with four-year degrees into this type of environment, which I think historically many have not found construction as a particularly exciting trade option in a four-year program, which is unfortunate.
Questions? Yep. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't see anything in the report, and it's probably because it wasn't the focus. But I wanted to just ask, in terms of the industrialized housing, are there any barriers from a financing point of view, mortgages, et cetera, banks and credit unions being open to financing these kind of projects that you're aware of?
I'll jump in on that one. I would say yes, there are absolutely financing barriers. It somewhat depends on the type of industrialized technology you're talking about. So whether you're talking about a modular home, or you're talking about panelized systems, or you're talking about tiny homes, the answer is a little bit different. But I would say there is a barrier in that, regardless of what type of funding you're using. So if it's government financing that's through the state or federal financing, or it's private financing through a bank, modular and tiny homes, they do have different payment schedules. Typical financing doesn't necessarily work with those payment schedules. Even as a consumer who's buying one of these as a single family home, mortgages have to be structured a certain way, and they don't necessarily fit with a modular home or a tiny home. And so I think that is a barrier, and it's a place that needs work. I mean, I've spent a lot of time working with banks on the ground, coming up with financing for ADUs. And it can be done. We just have to think a little bit outside of the box. And I think it's important that our state financing is compatible with industrialized housing. So with the time and the way that it's implemented, our financing has to be aligned with that, the resources that are being put out there.
I can just do a follow-up. So yes, I mean, that's my concern is we can put all these changes in, but if you can't get the money, it's going to be all for naught. So I would be really interested in more exact recommendations in terms of what do we need to do from financing and to, again, assuming we put these other recommendations in place to make sure then people and or developers and or companies who want to invest, et cetera, can get the financing that they need as well.
Absolutely.
Yep. Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for this very comprehensive report. I really appreciate all the work that you all did. I have a question with regard to aligning MUBEC and the industrialized building codes. Did you have a recommendation or a preference between the two, which way you go with that? Is it aligning with MUBEC with, and I get the acronyms wrong, but ICC, or which direction that should go? Is there a preferred method you would like to see that happen?
I think the work group discussed that, and I think it could go either way, but I'm going to call a friend, Phoenix, and because I think that there's a lot to going either way in terms of thinking about staff capacity if you move it under the Manufactured Housing Board and how that plays out versus if you move it under MUBEC and local authority. So I don't know if Phoenix, you want to jump in and help answer that question? Yeah, come on in.
Sorry, these are only really made for two people, but that did come up, and there are considerations that I think would need to be worked through. I mean, one is the point for sure is that the group did agree the code for industrialized housing systems and stick-built housing, which is currently just MUBEC, should be the same, and that's not the case currently. Whether that is done by having, as currently exists, a specific industrialized building code that kind of lives separately, but is updated to match MUBEC. That's one way to do it. And that is maybe more commonly the model in other states. But in part because the national code body, the ICC, does have standards now to specifically address industrialized building systems. Maine could take the approach of just rolling that all into MUBEC, and some other states are pursuing that. That's a little bit newer, but that is an option, and that could be more of an option because currently ICC has those standards, and John could probably say more about that, but they're not kind of in the standard package, if that makes sense. It's sort of an addendum. That's not really the term, I don't think, but that's kind of how it's set up. So yeah, I mean, I think my sense from the group was just that the goal is, make sure these are the same so that there's a standard system, but the method is a little in the weeds and could probably be more sorted out administratively in terms of what's easiest to manage. But yeah, I don't know.
Just do a follow-up. Yeah, because one of the challenges I think that we have faced in seeing projects that are modular in nature, that once they're on site and getting stacked up, what about, getting the things that are inside the closed walls inspected? And it just seems like that is just something that we would need to confront directly, which is
yes,
what is the process for assuring that the manufacturer is following the code when they're putting the units together. And then whatever that code is, and ideally I think that's a, consensus here that that should be aligned and it should be the same. But then also making sure to have clarity about the process of the offsite construction piece and make sure that it doesn't cause unforeseen delays. So is that how the ICC deals with that currently?
Right, yeah, and that would be addressed either way in terms of making sure that there is acceptance of third-party plan review and inspection system. That would, either route would result in that, because yes, that is a key issue right now. And that is relatively worked out for the 1 to 2 unit modular buildings, where that is under state law. That has to, a locality has to accept the third-party inspection. It's already kind of under that system. And so, but for the commercial buildings, that does require an additional, umbrella, I suppose, to bring that under a statewide acceptance for third-party inspection. But either route should result in that.
And what you see in a lot of other states is the IRC, the IBC, the International Building Code, as opposed to the IRC, the International Residential Code, which is 1 to 2 family, 3+. There's a regimen, a protocol for how offsite manufacturing is handled in terms of third-party inspection, third-party certification, that has to be followed by the manufacturer. And there's an inspection regimen of periodic inspections by a third-party agency in the factory prior to a product being released for sale or delivered. The ICC, the 1200, 1205 are additional codification of these activities that have been going on for probably 50 years in the industry across the US. So what we're talking about is not new. It's just broadening and further institutionalizing it within the building code itself. And that's the ICC 1200 is really around planning of component design and engineering for offsite manufacturing. And that includes a variety of components as well as entire buildings. One of the challenges with the ICC and industrialized construction historically is an entire building design would be approved, not at the component level. What's now happening in terms of the ICC 1205, you can get components certified. So for example, in a panelized system, you can have wall panels certified, floor panels certified, roof components certified. So you're not certifying the building, you're certifying the system. Then you can configure in lots of different ways more easily than if you have to have a specific design. So this pen is made up of lots of components. Historically, I had to get the whole thing certified. And then if I made a change, I had to get it recertified. Whereas in the component level, you can get the components certified and you can assemble the components in a variety of configurations, boundary conditions which you've defined when you get certified. So I can build with my component system, I can build a 2-family house, a 3-family house, a 2-story house, a 1-story house. As long as it's utilizing those components, I don't have to go back and get it recertified every time. So it really streamlines the process. To further kind of answer Senator Bailey's question about financing, I think a lot of the challenges for the banks is one of education and a lack of understanding of how to properly finance offsite manufacturing. And what I've seen happening in other states is the manufacturer will invite bankers to come to their manufacturing facility and experience the process. And most of them are totally blown away by what they see compared to what they see on the job site. I mean, it's shocking how you can imagine that something coming out of a factory is something less than what's built on a job site today, right? I mean, think about a car. Can you imagine if all the parts showed up in your driveway via FedEx and you were charged with hiring your buddies down the street to put your car together? I mean, in Maine, we don't even have a licensing method for builders on site.
If I could just finish up on
Yeah.
the other
Yeah,
topic though,
sorry.
just and to Chair
Yeah,
Curry's request
good.
at the
I
beginning.
apologize. Yep.
I think it would be helpful to the committee as we would look at a reporting on a bill that we would have a little more clarity on with regard to what we said, Mr. Crowley, like the idea of what would be the best practice moving forward, what would streamline the process most effectively while also addressing, the building code issues and making sure that things are being built safely and, over time in a way that we can all feel really comfortable with. That would be helpful to me because I just am not clear on what the
can do
best
that.
path forward would be.
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Do you still have a
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I have one, Senator, I just want to mention that 1765 is reporting out some information around improvements for financing, around manufactured housing and other like tiny homes and stuff. And it should be due in the new year. It's coming from GoPIF and Greg Payne. But I did have a question. At one point you mentioned that one of the things that might be helpful is to exempt manufactured housing from sales tax, correct? Do you have any idea what type of revenue loss would be included in that? And, or has there been any information around that?
Go ahead, take that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
You want-
Go
yeah.
for it.
Yeah,
The Economist.
well, I realized I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Phoenix McLaughlin. I'm the Director of Strategy Implementation at the Department of Economic and Community Development. I was staffing this working group. So yes, on that question, because LD 1419 is already kind of in the process, I would want to defer to the fiscal note that they apply to that. And don't quote me on the exact numbers, but because it quite simply, that bill is, say reduce the exemption increase the exemption from 50% to 75% to go to 100%, you should be able to just double and do the math that way. So I don't know off the top of my head what the fiscal note is for that, or if they've finished that, but that could be a relatively quick way to get at that number.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Curry. It's Representative Lookner. Happy, you can call me Grayson, that's fine. My question has to do with HUD certification. Does HUD only require licensing for buildings that get LIHTC funding, or is HUD more involved? Like, what licensure does HUD require?
HUD's licensure focuses on
Can you
Oh.
adjust the mic?
the HUD licensure focuses on a license for installers to ensure that installers are properly trained on how to receive and install a HUD code manufactured home. Could be a single wide, a double wide, could be 1 story or 2 story. And the code requires that they demonstrate their knowledge or their capability to put these buildings together.
But that's all, like, all modular homes have to get
No. So you have HUD code modular housing.
Which are, what are the HUD codes?
So the HUD code, so there's a national building code for HUD. So there's national methodology for how HUD code products are built and specified in terms of the materials, in terms of the systems, their energy efficiency, and their protocol for production. So there are approximately 100,000 units a year currently being produced in the United States under the HUD code. It's a federal code, which means that product can be produced in any factory and shipped to any state in the United States. Unlike the modular code is basically the international IRC code for 1 and 2 family and the IBC code for 3+ family for modular. That is a different building code than the HUD code. So that code requires basically local adherence to local code variations on the IBC
or the IRC code.
Okay, and I just one quick follow-up. So any like building that got LIHTC financing, for instance, would
LIHTC
they
is
have to,
totally
they
separate.
don't have to adhere to that?
Yeah, so it's irregardless of the type of financing. HUD code housing can be financed various different ways. The code is associated with the actual specifications of the building, and the license is associated with the construction of the building and the installation of the building, regardless of how it's financed through construction and how it's financed when it's acquired by a homeowner.
Representative
Can I,
Callamore.
can I add just one more point, which I think is kind of inferred by your question, which is around the financing of HUD code product. And that historically, a manufactured home was viewed as chattel and was basically financed similarly to an automobile. It's a depreciating asset, correct? If maybe you all understand that. About 5 years ago, the Manufactured Housing Institute, working with HUD, developed a kind of an iteration on the HUD code product called CrossMod. And CrossMod means crossing into modern. It was moving the traditional HUD code manufactured home into a more modern kind of deployment and have made some changes to the requirements. What's very interesting about those changes is that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have both developed and launched programs nationally that allows for HUD code manufactured houses to be financed with a 30-year permanent mortgage, and for first-time home buyers, a 3% down payment requirement. It's called the Advantage Program, and I forget the name of the other one. Choice, that's it. So those would be deployed through your traditional banking system that utilizes home mortgages. And I think one of the problems that the banks have is, in Maine anyway, in my experience, they don't understand this product. Therefore, they don't offer it. And frankly, to my understanding, there's not been one CrossMod home built in Maine yet. And so it's a very interesting program that's being deployed in many states right now by companies like Clayton and Champion and others that are manufacturing, that have been in the HUD code manufacturing business for 50 years. It's a revolutionary change in that industry, frankly.
Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had two more questions. One, when you mentioned under training and workforce development, the pilot extension program, which would be modeled on manufacturing extension partnership and cooperative extension programs. Is the manufacturing extension partnership funded by state dollars?
I can take that one. They do receive some state funding.
Okay.
Yes.
And then second, thank you. And then down to 3.2, where you're talking about industrial construction code enforcement officer training. Was it looked at during that discussion on how that would actually work with or create more barriers with our already limited access to CEOs, especially in the rural parts of our state?
Do you want me to
Go for it.
I was just going to say, so currently there is training offered on Maine's current modular and manufactured housing inspection regime to code enforcement officers. So it wouldn't be a brand new concept, but I think the hope is to broaden it as the other recommendations are suggesting, kind of expanding that system. But also make sure that everybody is getting it and getting it consistently. I would say the hope would not be that it's such a great barrier that it's, limiting who can even become a code enforcement officer. I don't think it would be weeks and weeks of additional training. It would just be some additional, information as part of the basic training. That's the idea, as I understand it.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges, a lot of code inspectors don't understand I think that many code inspectors don't understand what's being inspected in the factory and what's inspected on the job site. So I think it's a really understanding a differentiation of what their responsibilities and scope is, as opposed to teaching them how to be third-party manufactured housing or modular inspectors. It's more about how do you understand where my role of responsibility is versus the manufacturer's role. Sorry, Rebecca.
No, I was going to say something similar, and I would say it's more of an educational opportunity for CEOs. I mean, if you think part of the things that we mentioned is not all municipalities have the capacity to train when they're on the ground. They have code enforcement officers are covering a lot of projects. And so offering this type of training, they don't have time to go out and necessarily learn about the newest housing technology. And so what this is doing is it's an education opportunity so that when they are looking at a new project that's off-site, that's built off-site or something different than what they've normally seen, they have the knowledge to address that. So it really shouldn't be a barrier. It actually should be building knowledge, skills, and experience and a capacity builder for the CEOs that are on the ground now who have very limited time.
And if you think about it, if it's being manufactured in a factory and it's already third-party inspected, it actually streamlines and simplifies their job. So it allows them to have more capacity.
Me. Representative Mallon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the working group. It was great to be a member of it. I learned an incredible amount about the ICC and wall panels and trusses, more than I ever thought I would ever know. But I wanted to make sure not that in this conversation it wasn't lost just how harmful that separate licensing requirement has been towards our ability to take advantage of this industry. I mean, I think it was intentional that was recommendation 1.1 on here. I was wondering if you could drive home for us further, either through examples or just through whatever your own general knowledge is, how that has kept, qualified professionals out of the game and maybe inhibited development.
I mean, I can start and then Phoenix, if you want to jump in. I think there is a reason why it was 1.1. If you remember, it was like literally the first thing that we jumped into because we know that it's a barrier right now to bringing a skilled workforce. There are very specific requirements to becoming an installer and dealer of modular housing. And what it doesn't recognize is that there are transferable skills. So for instance, a general contractor who's been building homes for 30 years and absolutely has the skill set to install a modular home with a little bit of extra knowledge for that specific housing type, couldn't get the license currently because they don't have direct modular experience or they don't have someone on their staff who has direct modular experience. So that requiring direct modular experience really narrows who can actually become an installer. And so you're leaving out a massive amount of skilled workforce that is already can do the job that can't get the license. And so that's like the simple way of stating why we're suggesting that you remove the license. The other thing is the second thing we did around the manufacturer's license. The onus should really be on the manufacturer to provide a quality product and ensure that it's installed correctly. They are the experts of the product. They're building it in the factory. They do the plan design. And just like any product, the manufacturer is the one who provides the warranty. And so it's this supply chain. It always goes back to the first, which is the manufacturer. And as working for a manufacturer, that's what happens, right? And so having a license for the installer isn't necessarily providing any risk mitigation, but you should put the onus on, the obligation should be on the manufacturer to work and select the installer and ensure it's done correctly. I don't know if you want to add more.
I think
to that.
I think that covers it.
As you do with a car or a refrigerator or a washing
Yeah.
machine.
Thank you. It's a quick follow-up. Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair. By creating a more nimble system, I mean, it was obviously presented in terms of making the state more nimble in approving manufacturers, but it also can go the other way too. If there is a problem, if there is wrongdoing, if there is incompetence or whatever, the state could also be more nimble in pulling that off the market and pulling them out of the field if it's necessary for, public health and safety.
And that's what we observed when we went to Pennsylvania. We met with the head of the industrialized housing board. Basically, they have an approval process. They approve a manufacturer to operate in their state. If the manufacturer is found to be deficient or negligent, they can pull their authorization to produce in the state and deliver product into the state until such time they've taken remedial action.
Chair Gears?
Representative, Senator Bradstreet can bring up close the questioning, but I did have a question specifically about, I love this idea of sort of a demonstration project or a contest of some kind to really start to highlight how this could work in Maine. You know, as you pointed out, Mr. Crowley, you know, we've got, 55% of the cost of however you're building it is the hard costs. And, Maine, I think communities are looking at, when they look at how are we going to build housing, you really do confront pretty directly where it's going to be, the land, and then how dense, what the form factor is of the resulting housing, in order to reduce the actual price to either the renter or the owner of that housing, based on, whether it's a single family home, a duplex, a triplex, a quadplex, a different form of building, of commercial building. So given that, I guess I just want to make sure that anything that we would do wouldn't say, oh, here's a great way to build housing, but by the way, you're still going to face all these other challenges. So again, any specific recommendations that would help in the crafting of a bill that would say, here's where we would get the most bang for our buck out of that kind of process that would help Maine communities understand the steps they can take to use this method to build more housing to meet the needs that they face locally.
So one, that's an excellent question, and taking it in two parts. As a developer, a longtime developer, I fundamentally believe innovation and flexibility creates solutions. And so that's what a demonstration project has done or will do. And if you do something like that, and there are developers here who have done it, they've partnered with a GC and an architect that they know, someone that they've worked with for a very long time, who understand advanced technologies, and they get very creative because they all have a lot on the line. And so they want to build it fast, they want to build it high quality, and they want to do it with minimal risk. And so with the demonstration project, what you're doing is kind of opening up the landscape without layering on a ton of requirements that they have to work around, that allows them to really leverage the most efficient tools out there. That's the benefit. I think the other part of your question around, you don't want to put that out there knowing that there are other factors that also can contribute to slowing down the process, having it cost more. And I think those are really important things. And part of the demonstration project does, I think John had mentioned, you provide land that's approved, or you have a site that's essentially build ready. And then the team comes in and does the vertical construction, does the site preparation. And what that does is that removes the pre-development process, which is getting through approvals, all the things that can be essentially a little bit slower, but you kind of get through that process first, and then you see how fast and how efficient a team can deliver the vertical construction of the home, which that is the focus of this group. And John, you could probably expand on that as well.
I think the way I would maybe add to that is what I would define as sort of integrated project delivery. And so integrated project delivery is a team works together, and the team isn't just the housing provider and the stakeholders, but it's also the municipality. The municipality is part of the solution or part of the problem, as I think everyone has seen across this state and many municipalities across the country. If a municipality is not leaning in to provide better housing, it's not a very friendly environment as a housing provider. So I think to do demonstration projects, you really want to carefully select the municipality and ensure that the chemistry of that municipality is leaning in to say, we would like to have more housing in our community to house a broader segment of our population than what we can currently afford. I mean, I live in I have the privilege, I guess, of living in the town of Falmouth, but none of the people that work in the town of Falmouth can live in Falmouth, which is really sad. And if you sit on any of the planning boards or the Long Range Planning Advisory Committee, which I happen to sit on, it's astounding to me how so many people in the community want to keep it the way it is. And which is really a form of saying we want to exclude others. And to me, that's not a community that's putting their arms around others. That the teachers, the guy that plows the snow, that mows the lawn, teaches our children.
Mhm.
So I think to do demonstration projects, the mindset has to shift. And that housing developers are housing providers, not necessarily the bad guys. There are bad developers, just like there are bad auto mechanics, right? I mean, there are good and there are bad. But we tend to typecast and stereotype, which is really unfortunate. And unless we get past that, we're not going to be able to produce housing in this state to keep up with the demand that we expect to see here. I mean, presently we produce about 6,500 units a year. If you look at the housing study, 84,000 unit deficit, we need to be able to figure out how to move the speed of construction in Maine from 6,500 to around 10 to 11,000 units a year. At 10 to 11,000 units a year, at that run rate, you can actually start to close the gap. And that in very simple terms, I mentioned earlier that the typical builder in Maine builds about 1.5 houses. If we can help the builders in Maine move from building 1.5 to 3 houses a year on average, I mean, just again, this is trying to boil it down simply. We get to the run rate that we need to get to solve this gap. And that, I mean, that, 84,000 is like, oh my God, it's like climate change, right? But if you can kind of help a builder move from 1.5 to 3, then that's like, how do we do that? Like, and it's education, it's training, it's working collaboratively with communities.
Want to go to
Anyway.
Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for doing such a great presentation. It was fun and educational working with you people. You got a top-notch group here, myself excluded.
Not true.
A person has asked me about training for, we're talking about technology training. Do we have enough assets there now within our existing educational institutions to do that? Now, having asked that, are there not other working groups who are working towards that as well, while we're community colleges, for instance?
I mean, Elizabeth Love is heading up the workforce development program with the Alfund and the community colleges. And so there's a working group and advisory board there that is addressing the building trades and the need for upskilling in the building trade space. So that's one initiative that I'm familiar with. I think that I haven't visited all of I've only really visited the construction technology program at the at the community college in Southern. It's not the university, it's called community college.
Southern Maine
Community College.
Okay.
I would say they do not have the resources necessary to accomplish what we're talking about here. I mean, when you go into that space, it's like an empty warehouse. And they're teaching them how to build sheds. So I think there's a gap between what we need. And I think it's partly the responsibility of the industry to take more engagement. I mean, there needs to be more industry engagement with the community college system around building and construction and what the needs are. I think there's a huge opportunity there for us in the state.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to get that out in the open. It is being worked on.
It is
but
being
we have
worked
a way
on.
to go.
I think we need to speed it up.
Okay, one thing, and I brought this up later in our discussions, which is kind of too late for the working group to really address that. And that was the part of the Manufactured Housing Board, which acts as the administrator in the state of Maine, state administrative agency for HUD. It administers the HUD program in the state of Maine. If we did not have that, we would default to direct regulation by HUD. And the fact that we may be changing that board might jeopardize some of the finances of the board, such to the point where they may not be able to do that. This is kind of a discussion more for this committee than it is the group, but it's something I think we maybe have to take a look at because of we talk about briefly, pre-occupancy inspections, I think HUD calls for 100% on the HUD code product before people are allowed to move in. State of Maine is allowed to do it at 30%. Will that change? And secondly, and this is something that came up just in the last couple of days, we have a little bit of different installation standard in the state of Maine. They call it Appendix C, which the state of Maine is allowed to do. It was developed quite a number of years ago because they looked at what HUD was requiring. It was very expensive, primarily below frost line for everything. And we came up with an alternative, which has worked well. And I'd hate to see that kind of forgotten about. So something for this group to address.
That's an excellent question.
Yeah,
That did come up at the end of our committee meetings, these points that Senator Bradstreet has raised. And I think we all agreed we needed to dig into that in more depth.
Right.
And I know our committee's sort of been discharged with its responsibilities.
That's here, right?
I do believe in our recommendations, there are further study, and I believe this is one of the areas that needs to be wrestled to the ground and more carefully and more intelligently so that we don't undo things that are beneficial.
Thank you. And anecdotally, as one who used to sell single-family modular and manufactured homes regarding financing, when we got the banks out to look at what we did, they much preferred to do it our way, the draws that we're talking about, so that the developer builder can, complete his projects. It's much easier for them. But that has to be, again, education is the key here.
That's right.
For
Absolutely.
a lot of us. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. I
Pleasure.
think I'm not going to recommend that we have people waiting for their next briefing, so we'll shift over to those briefings and we'll come back to this later. So
Right.
thank you very much for all of your hard work and your presentation today.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Taylor LaCroix. I'm the Associate Director of Housing with the Office of Behavioral Health within the Department of Health and Human Services. Just wanted to start out by thanking Senator Curry and Representative Gear for having me here today to talk a little bit about the Housing First program, specifically housing stability services. It's not directly related to the LD 1910, but the work is supplemental to it. So it was important to provide an update on the work that's being done. So as folks know, the Housing First program is a jointly administered program between DHHS and Maine Housing. So I do have some colleagues from Maine Housing here today.
Were you going to try to share your slides or?
Oh, yes.
Dylan just promoted me to present.
Okay, great.
So we're getting there. Thank you.
And as I go through the slide deck that will be up shortly, you all should have copies of the slide deck as well. I'm happy to answer questions throughout.
Okay. Feel free to go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. So going through the intentions of today, like I said, is to update on the Housing First program. Specifically, the agenda for today is to provide an introduction of myself, talk about the real estate transfer tax and the impacts of that, as well as Housing Stability Services, HSS, which is statutorily that $1 million carve out that folks are familiar with. So on the next slide. So just a little bit about myself. I was hired into the Office of Behavioral Health as the Associate Director of Housing in February 2025, so earlier this year. Still fairly new to the department. However, I'm not new to Housing First. I have extensive experience in the Housing First model in the state of Massachusetts. I spent over a decade working within programs on Housing First, both site-based and scattered site, permanent supportive housing, operated programs that offer Medicaid funded support services, rapid rehousing programs through emergency solutions grants and HUD, so very familiar with those operating systems, and then street outreach. I started my career serving individuals experiencing chronic homelessness and co-occurring disorders, and also focused on reentry work with folks as well. So very familiar with the intersection between the different populations and how important housing is. Wanted to note some of the work that I also did, the City of Worcester, which I was based out of for those 11 years, had a Housing First Coordinated Council, which I was the supportive services chair for a number of years, coordinating working groups so that folks at the provider level were making sure that services were available through their agencies to people experiencing homelessness and chronic homelessness. Also want to note my experience as a licensed certified social worker and also a licensed alcohol and drug counselor, licensed through the state of Massachusetts as I just moved in January. We'll see about certification and licensure in Maine, one step at a time, you know. But been licensed as a social worker since 2024 and as an alcohol and drug counselor since 2016, where I was providing direct on the boots on the ground work with people experiencing chronic homelessness, doing street outreach for the Housing First scattered site program. So on to the next slide where we get into the real estate transfer tax. So per the Housing First statute, the distribution of the real estate transfer tax began on July 1st of this year. So wanted to note that this is important because distribution of funds weren't authorized prior to the state. So the department was unable to establish any contracts within the statute until that funding flow became available. The department intentionally published the RFP and was working on the RFP for housing stability services, that scattered site $1 million carve out. That was intentionally published after the RETT flow was occurring so that we would have funding to support those contracts. Also wanted to note the first few months of payments into the Housing First Fund were slightly lower than anticipated due to LD 698, which statutorily had revenue that was deposited in from general fund to from the Housing First program and the home fund within the first few months. So on the next slide, you'll see a distribution of those funds. This is what is currently in the Housing First Fund. So the first RETT payment to the Housing First Fund occurred on September 10th of this year. This reflects the funding that was collected in August. So you'll see September for August and October for September and so forth. So you'll see slightly lower numbers, and then we're at our anticipated forecasting in December for November's payments. So the LD 698 funds have already been redistributed from the Housing First Fund. So we should anticipate to see kind of like a baseline of the fundings for November and December moving forward. And as you see, we finally have enough funding in that fund, in the Housing First Fund, to establish contracts for that $1 million carve out. And on the next slide, just a reminder and description of the Housing Stability Services, HSS, that $1 million carve out. Per statute, we were charged with supporting a scattered site model, which is separate from the site-based Home for Good model that's in partnership with Maine Housing. This is for participants that are housed in their own apartments throughout the community. They could be in one building, but typically they're in several buildings throughout different communities. And the core components of this is that providers are to maximize opportunities with main care and leverage main care, specifically the targeted case management and the home, the housing outreach and member engagement sections. Another core component of the supportive services of this is that providers have to provide no less than 20 hours per week, and also meet the needs of the residents. So it might not necessarily be 24/7, but it can't be less than 20. This is also, we wanted to make sure that there was a partnership between the service provider and property owner and that they weren't the same entity. Is very, very, very important to the model and making sure that folks have two different sources for their housing versus their services. So a few items about the RFP, noting that is currently still in process. It was posted in August of 2025 and we received proposals. There's a link to the RFP. And the department is currently scoring proposals and we anticipate to establish contracts early next year. But for more information about what the services are in greater detail, I wanted to provide the link to the RFP. And then I appreciate any questions, noting that we also do have the Housing First legislative report coming in a couple months where we'll be able to talk more in depth about the Housing First program as a whole, Home for Good and HSS.
Questions, Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How much of the money on slide 5 was distributed in rural towns with less than 5,000 citizens?
So the money hasn't been distributed. That's the money that has been received by the department
That's
through the housing.
received.
Works
Okay.
Fund. Yep.
So are you looking at, in this process, focusing on small communities, or is it only looking at like the big Bangor, Lewiston, Portland?
The Housing Stability Services is open to the entire state.
Senator Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. At some point in time, though, you'll be able to tell us how many people have been serviced by this program.
Correct.
And maybe give us some idea of where they're being.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
What is your hope for timeline? So I'm hearing early August for granting the contracts through the RFP. Contracts or contract? How many?
We are intending to have multiple contracts awarded early 2026. So within the first quarter of 2026 is the set goal.
And when would we anticipate them starting work, hiring up and starting to work?
We're hoping as soon as possible, but it really depends on the contracting process.
Okay, great. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I missed the beginning of your presentation, something I'm very interested in. So on slide 5, this amount that was collected, that was formerly, just to clarify, the percentage of the real estate transfer tax that went to the general fund.
This is, might be able, if I'm able to, yeah.
Please come
Tap
on up.
my colleague, Adam. He is,
Phone a friend option.
yes.
Good morning. I'm Adam Cray. I'm the Senior Director for Finance and Lending at Maine Housing. Yes, Representative Lookner, it's 50% of the state's half of the real estate transfer goes into this fund through fiscal year 2026.
Okay.
And then it goes to the new formula where everything changes starting in fiscal year 27.
Okay. And I guess just a second more general question. There was a big discussion about site-based housing first versus like distributed housing first services. Has any of that been sort of allocated yet, or are there distributed housing based services that aren't site based?
So the site-based part, which is the remainder after DHHS uses the 1 million, the remainder goes to site-based. Last year, in April, the first 5 projects were awarded. They are in Auburn, Augusta, Bangor, Sanford, and Portland. And those projects, some of them will be ready for construction loan closing by spring of 2026. So the first 5, the second RFP is due in January of 2026, and we'll be awarding at least 3 more properties to start.
And that's all the site-based. But what
That's all
about
the site-based.
Distributed, the non-site-based, has any of that funding been allocated?
Yep.
Okay.
So that's the funding referenced on slides 6 and 7. So that RFP is currently in process, and we anticipate to be contracting early next year.
Okay, wonderful, thanks.
So I just want to be clear with what we're looking at on page 5. Page 5 is the distribution you've received for Housing First but those funds are meant to cover both the site-based and the scattered. Thank you. The questions?
And
Representative?
2 positions within DHHS.
And 2 positions within DHS. Great. Representative Kier.
Thank you. And just a further clarification on this slide, these are the amounts that have been transferred each month. So the cumulative amount in that fund right now would appear to be about 3.5 million. Okay, so when we, again, and Representative Lookner, welcome back to the committee. We had requested this presentation from DHHS specifically with regard to what was the status of hiring and deploying the partners for the scattered site services, which we had not heard anything about yet for the reasons that now have been described by Ms. LaCroix. So that was in response to this. Great to hear that there's progress being made. And I think, we'll just look forward to the report that will bring those 2 worlds together, and just separately really encouraged to see that the RFPs for the actual site-based stuff is still moving forward, and that we've got that next round of RFPs coming in. I was out in Sanford a couple days ago, and it's just great to see it gives you a real game plan and a strategy for how to address these challenges locally. So I would say that as we're looking out, every community in Maine that is interested in applying for these projects has the ability to do so, both in rural areas and in more of our service center areas. And I would say that also the scattered site, that would be an important point for me as well, to make sure that as you're scoring those RFPs, that you are, I think that's what's been really I've been impressed with the site-based, which is really looking at the needs analysis of communities around the state and saying, here's where we need to do this. I think that in the rural areas, that's a really important question to be asking, which is where are the needs and how is this model being deployed in a scattered site way with those services? So I would just ask the question, is that part of the calculation and the scoring? And then how are you thinking about that moving forward?
Yes. Unfortunately, since they are currently active, I cannot comment on, but would be happy to respond at a later time.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time.
And welcome to Maine.
And welcome, yeah. And our last presentation for the morning is from Dean Klein, and on the Maine Continuum of Care. And we've had a roller coaster recently. So can you give us an update of what's gone on and where we stand, or please?
Sure. Senator Curry, Representative Gear, distinguished members of the Standing Committee on Housing and Economic Development. My name is Dean Klein. I currently serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Continuum of Care, and so I wanted to ground you today in what the Continuum of Care does, as well as the likely impact of some of the policy changes that have been made by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. These changes are deeply concerning for the state of Maine, to say the least. The Maine Continuum of Care's primary responsibility is to secure federal resources from HUD to prevent and end homelessness. And so what we do is we work with nonprofits, faith communities, businesses, other key stakeholders from throughout the state to align our resources and our strategies so that we can be as effective as possible in securing federal resources. For example, in the last round, we secured $22 million for 20 projects that are operating in Maine. Those projects are listed on one of your handouts there. It's a list of our grants. And those grants support individuals who are chronically homeless, homeless veterans, homeless youth, and those who've experienced domestic violence. The continuum of care also supports proven models like Housing First and permanent supportive housing that are operating very effectively throughout the state. Based on HUD's policy changes and program changes announced in a recent notice of funding opportunity, the HUD is making a shift away from permanent housing and is moving towards short-term solutions such as emergency shelter, time-limited transitional housing, and services. So we are anticipating, based on these policy shifts, that we could see upwards of $13 million reduction of funding of existing programs in Maine based on these changes that will be impacting people in Maine. These funds provide essential and highly effective housing solutions for some of our most vulnerable individuals. With such an enormous reduction in funding throughout the state, we will be pushed back. And for those who are seeking housing and support throughout the state, we will be in a greatly diminished position in order to respond to those needs. If nothing changes, the impact of these federal funding reductions will be felt for decades. Most immediately, they'll be felt by those 1,200 individuals, mostly elderly and disabled, who are currently housed, but who will be asked to vacate their housing with nowhere to go. They will not benefit from the long-term solutions. In fact, they will be at extreme risk of homelessness because, as we know, our homeless shelters throughout the state remain full. We all know these programs benefit our communities. They keep individuals out of jails and emergency rooms. Changing, them to really move to a more drastic situation really is going to be very, very difficult for those individuals. And we really see that as being very short-sighted, that the changes being made by HUD, as well as very cruel. In addition, I wanted to alert you to the fact that Attorney General Fry and a coalition of 20 other plaintiffs from states around the country have filed a lawsuit against HUD due to these recent policy changes through the continuum of care. In addition, 2 days ago, HUD rescinded the most recent NOFO that had been released to communities all over the country and announced that on the day that the hearing was for this lawsuit. Shortly before that, they rescinded the NOFA, which allows us to apply for funds. We do not know when they will reissue the NOFA. They have stated that they are doing this for technical reasons. But they have stated in their correspondence that they intend to keep the policy changes that had been identified in the most recent NOFO that I've spoken about today in the new version that will be released. We don't know when that will be happening. While we're seriously concerned about all of these impacts on our most vulnerable population, those who are young, those who are disabled in our community, we continue as a COC to advocate for what is best in us moving forward and ending homelessness. And we're going to certainly be moving forward with the best possible application we can under whatever time frame they give to secure as many resources as we can to benefit individuals who are experiencing homelessness in the state of Maine. I think that concludes my initial comments. I've provided some documents for you today, one of which is our list of grants that are currently funded it's supported by $22 million. In addition, I've provided just sort of a document that indicates for our two largest permanent supportive housing programs where the individuals are residing. So it gives you an indication of the fact that it is throughout the entire state of Maine. Most communities are being impacted in different ways, but the bottom line, we have individuals who are being served, who are being housed, who will no longer be able to be housed if these policies move forward.
Thank you very much for your presentation. When I look at the 2024 COC grants list, are all of those projects in jeopardy based on the new rules, or how what you saw from the new rules and what you're being told will be included in future rules?
The most recent NOFA capped the permanent housing possibilities for application at 30%. So we previously had $19 million of permanent housing grants included in this list, which includes permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing programs. When you total that up, that is about approximately $19 million. And so when you look at 30% of that, which we would be limited if the policy remains, that would leave us with a $13 million reduction from existing programs. In addition, to sort of answer your question, all of these grants are up for either renewal or we have new projects moving forward. So they are all at risk because we really don't know how they will fund our NOFO. And the 30% cap is really just an indication of what they've limited our permanent housing to be included in that application. So I would say all of them are at risk, some more so than others. We have existing grants listed here that are looking at reshaping their programs and the type of projects based on what they think HUD will fund to be included in our next application.
And how early are some of these projects going to be not able to apply? I mean,
yes. Well,
yeah, I mean, do we have dates on these? Are some of these ending in February?
yes, so these grants are going to start to end. The current grants that are listed here will be ending starting in January. So if in fact, and that's a huge concern about the NOFA, normally the NOFA comes out in the fall and is resolved during the fall, and there's a delay that nonprofits or municipalities have to absorb the dollars in order to continue operating. In this case, the NOFA hasn't even been released yet for us to apply. So many of these grants starting in January, all these grants will start to end. We have 3 or 4 in the first quarter. And as they're ending, these grantees are having to decide whether to continue to try to keep the program going with the hopes that they might be able to be renewed, or to consider what other options they have for the individuals being served.
So we could see people evicted in January.
We have programs that are ending in January. It's hard to say how those programs, because each one is operating differently, what that means. When you look at the grants, you can sort of see the size of the grants as we move through the year.
Great, thank you. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my livelihood is federally funded. And one of the things that I've been doing is future-proofing myself, because the administration changes happen pretty much every 2 years with the new Congress, and then even more so every 4 years to 8 years with the president change. So I'm curious what you all are doing to try to future-proof yourselves to find diversification of funds so that it's not solely dependent on federal funds, so that we can ensure more Mainers don't become homeless under these programs.
Yes, under the previous administration, there have been a lot of efforts to try to make this notice of funding opportunity every 2 years rather than annually. And so coming into this new administration, it had been decided that it would be 2 years. When the new administration came in January, we were told with very little notice that it was going to be 1 year. and that the policy changes would indicate that we're going to fund different types of programs in different ways. And we're not going to fund certain things that we previously had supported for the last, 2 decades. So at that point in time, our community and the state has been moving as quickly as possible to try to prepare for what the application might be, and that happened through the spring. When the notice of funding came out in November, we realized how significant those policy changes are and what that really means for our state. And we, along with all of our partners, have been moving as quickly as possible to develop contingency plans, to look at operating their programs differently, looking at how they're starting to speak to tenants who might be dislocated or discharged or asked to leave from their housing, to position themselves and bring in new partners who had not been part of our continuum very quickly based on what those funding opportunities might be, and to be prepared for what that application looks like. So the NOFA came out. We were not able to really formally understand all the details of it, and then it was rescinded. And now we're trying to prepare what we might think it's going to look like moving forward, not knowing when it's going to be released and how tight a time frame it will be to respond. So all of our programs realize that no funding is given, and that they, as organizations and as a community, as a state, we've never taken that for granted. But we've also tried to understand what the exit ramps will be. And in this case, there's no exit ramp being given for programs who've been in our community for many, many years to prepare us for these types of changes. So we're developing the contingency plans. We're welcoming in new partners. We're trying to keep as many dollars in the state as possible, recognizing it may not be the same provider. It may be a new provider doing something different, but it's really important that we try to get as many dollars and in the state as possible, knowing that it takes a long time to build up the type of resources we have.
Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following on from this question and your response, Mr. Klein, I'm really struck by the pickle that I think, the states that certainly are participating in the lawsuit are probably all sharing, which is that over the years, I would say most of the members on this committee today, as well as those who served on the Housing Committee in the 131st legislature, did a lot of learning about the role of supportive housing, permanent housing, and rapid rehousing and these other models to assure that people are receiving housing and not having that housing being contingent on things that happen in the course of someone's path, whether that's recovery from substance use disorder, whether that is other mental health issues, and everything that they're dealing with, making sure that that housing isn't contingent on that. And my understanding of the policy changes from the federal government is very specifically, and I wanted to articulate this in committee on this microphone, that they're trying to require states to do away with that model and to go back to what the previous practices were around transitional housing that was contingent upon certain things. That's a big question. And I hear you saying where I understand the effort to conform to what those policies might be in the future. But I'm also very much struck by the risk that faces, that we would face not only in addressing the needs of the folks that you mentioned here, but also in laying the foundation for the continuing future of these programs in Maine that are really based on what we have learned over the last 5.5 years of what works, and due to all of the good work of so many people like you and others in the state. So, given that, how much of what you're thinking about is conforming, and how are we going to be thinking about that? How would you be thinking about that moving forward?
No, I think that's a very, very good question. I think that most individual organizations and individuals right now are trying to balance the reality of wanting to make sure that we're putting our best foot forward in securing the dollars that as much as we can, knowing that some of the models that are now being reintroduced, transitional housing, time limited, had previously been funded and HUD had decided that was not an effective model compared to other models for serving chronically homeless individuals in a time limited way. We also know that harm reduction models and giving people choice in welcoming in individuals who are chronically homeless into a facility and into housing requires them, in order to be stable, for them to have choice in what they are willing to do and how they can do that to keep them in the housing and safe in our community. One of the restrictions and new changes will be required services full-time for programs. So that gives no opportunity for people to have choice. It's a mandatory requirement for programs that will be participating, that individuals will be required to have services far more than even if they were, working, et cetera. So we recognize that, with new administration and their changes occur, we recognize that there's opportunity to bring in new people. We also recognize that there are proven models, effective strategies, and things that have been working with strong outcomes in this state and around the country that we won't be able to do or do as effectively or do as broadly as what we have in the past.
I see no other questions. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, take a break. Yes, that is wrong. We're gonna take a break till 12:20. Let's plan to be back here at, let's say 1:10. 50 minutes, give us time for lunch. 1:10.
You can start.
We're waiting just a moment to get started. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Committee on Housing and Economic Development, and I am the Chair, Senate Chair Chip Curry. Let's go ahead and introduce ourselves again, since it looks like we've had a change of cast of characters in front of us. So, go ahead.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, part of the great city of Biddeford.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Golick and I represent House District 99, which is all of Harpswell and part of Brunswick.
Good afternoon. I'm Yusuf Yusuf. I represent District 118, part of Portland.
I am State Senator Donna Bailey. I represent Senate District 31, which is Buxton, Old Orchard Beach, and Saco.
Good afternoon, Dick Bradstreet, Senate District 16, Augusta, Belgrade, China, Mount Vernon, Vassalboro, and Sydney.
Good afternoon, Representative John Eder, District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Hi there, I'm Representative Cassie Julia from HD 65, which is half of Waterville.
Hi, my name is Grayson Lookner. I represent House District 113, which is several other neighborhoods in the city of Portland.
Hi, my name is Amanda Collimore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy.
Hello, all. Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk.
And again, I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent Waldo County, Senate District 11. With that, we're going to open up the work session for LD 161. And I will ask our committee clerk or analyst, committee analyst, sorry. This doesn't sound right. And we have I'd like to introduce, we have a new committee clerk. Sandlin Priest will be serving this committee for this term. And then we're continue to be served by our committee analyst, Lynn Westfall. I want to give a heads up for my intentions on this one. I've had a request from some members who couldn't be here today that would like to participate in the vote for this, and I would intend to move to table bills. So if we work them really well today, but to table them so we could vote on the first day that we return in January. That I would be supporting that motion. I'd be making that motion. I hope members would support that. With the goal of teeing these up so that they can be voted on our first session in January.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is LD 161, a resolve directing the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry to convene a stakeholder group tasked with a comprehensive overhaul and modernization of the state subdivision laws. I'm just going to do, we've already had a couple work sessions, but I'm going to remind you all because we've been away for some time. So this would be a stakeholder group to look at 3 titles of statute that deal with subdivision law, Title 12, which is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Title 30A, which has to do with local government and subdivision law, and Title 38, which is under the purview of DEP. There were some stated goals for the comprehensive overhaul and modernization. that included promoting development in growth areas, reducing development in pressure areas and rural areas, protecting health, safety, and welfare, advancing state goals to produce affordable housing, and to streamline the development review process. There were some proposed amendments that were raised during the public hearing and the work session. One of them was to that had to do with the goals. And one was to add conservation and protection of water quality, natural resources, and recreational access. One was to add something about protecting working lands. And one was a consideration of transient options and accessibility. So again, those were what you heard in testimony or during the work session as expanding that overall focus of the stakeholder group. In the bill, the oversight agency is the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. There were proposed amendments and, testimony that proposed that that be changed. And that included either the main office of community affairs and or the Department of Economic and Community Development. So that was raised and discussed. The membership there were some proposed changes to the membership as outlined in the original bill. The original bill had one senator and one representative, and the discussion was to have two from each and to have a Democrat and a Republican, as those are the representatives of the two biggest parties. There was a discussion of a land surveyor, representatives from conservation or resource organizations, having municipal government representation, code enforcement officers, people who interpret and enforce subdivision laws, developers, and the different types of residential and commercial builders. The other proposed amendment that was raised, I think that was discussed because of course this was carried over, and the original bill had report backs due, let's see, probably December 3rd. So we've missed that one. So there was, of course, two discussions. One was to move that out, and the other discussion was whether this should be a 2-year stakeholder group. 1 year, you get an interim report for the next, not the second regular, but the 133rd, and then there be some more work by the committee, and then the stakeholder group goes back for a second year to finalize. So that was, again, another one of the proposed suggested amendments. There have been no official proposed amendments that I have been asked to produce for you. But that's a general rundown of what the bill asked for and some of the conversations you all have had or heard about with respect to ways to change it.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you help me understand the reason in terms of the membership for a representative from the County Registry of Deeds?
So that was discussed during the public hearing or raised during the public hearing. And the comment that was made is that person should be removed because they don't really have a significant role. And the suggestion was to perhaps replace that with a land surveyor. But if your question was what is the role of the Registry of Deeds, I think the comments were that that's probably not someone who needed to be part of the group.
Okay, thank you.
And of course,
that's kind of what I was thinking.
Of course, you all discussed, I think I've given you 10 additional people, and you all, of course, discussed the number of people on commissions and stakeholder groups is related to the work that they can get done.
I'll ask bill sponsor if you would like to come up. Welcome, Representative Ducharme. Been a long path.
Thank you.
This one. I just wanted to see if you had any comments you wish to share with the committee.
Sure. As this process has been undergone over the last several months, one of the things is that the original bill, which was passed in the 131st, while the language is very similar, the thought process in the original bill was to look at process, and while we were looking at the process of applying for getting a subdivision done, we would also look at those policy areas that needed to be adjusted. And it feels like with the way this is kind of developed in the current iteration in the 132nd, it feels like this is going to be more a complete policy process and everything. And my concern is that the legislature doesn't do process well. You can't get 186 people to agree on what box should be on the application. If we go backwards to the 131st, in my initial thought process in doing this, we wanted to have department people, LUPC, Department of Agriculture, at that point, those were the folks that were overseeing this, DEP, all of those players who have staff right here, take a look at this, deconstruct the actual law, the process of the law, and then bring back to the legislature those policy areas that needed to be dealt with while they were creating the process, looking at modernizing the process so that instead of having to have 3 copies in triplicate or whatever, we could do it electronically. The law would be changed so you could do electronic signatures, you could do emails, you could do whatever. But bring it into the 21st century in terms of the process of the law. And while we were doing that, they would bring to the legislature, which does policy well, any policy concerns that needed to be dealt with. And I know that there are several out there right now that are currently in bill format, having to do with how many lots you can sell in 5 years that definitely impact subdivision law. I know that I heard about a bill that has to do with exempting agricultural leases and so forth. So there's a bunch of policy pieces that are currently in flux. So my thought process is, and I sent this to the chairs, and it's available if anybody wants to read it, to basically let MOCA, which is now the organization that has all of those specialties under one roof, take the law, the subdivision law process, deconstruct the process, make note of any policy issues that they have, bring those policy issues to us while they're creating the forms that people make out and getting all of those process pieces done. And then we take the policy pieces, fix whatever policy pieces need to be dealt with, and then bring it all back together in the 133rd or whatever, whenever we can get it together. I think Director Horn told me that, it may be February before they could, get their arms around it, which is fine. I'd rather take the time, do it right, and bring it back so that we have a really workable law. The law's been on the books since 1966, and it continues to be on the books. So it'll still be out there. If anybody wants to do a subdivision, you got the subdivision law. This doesn't change anything until we enact something new. So I think from my perspective, I think now that we've got MOCA formed, give it to MOCA, say deconstruct it, bring us back the policy pieces in January of 27, February 27, and we'll deal with the policy pieces at the same time. We have these bills that are floating around out there. If they get passed, then we'll know they've got to be put into there. It just seems to make sense to just kind of go pause, because when we get all of these stakeholders into the room and we're talking about process, well, a lot of them It's more the policy. And if we start dealing with policy, then those people will come in here and we'll see them behind us here talking about those particular policies. And that's the appropriate venue, at least in my view.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Bailey, Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I hear you talking, Representative, it sounds to me like, well, I'm going to back up. So I'm going to put on now my real estate lawyer hat. And I can tell you that this area of the law is one of those that happens often, that it's, you know, it's been around a long time, but then there's been additions, there's been, you know, changes here, changes there. It is now very confusing the way it is structured. And so what I hear you saying, perhaps, and that's what I want you to verify, is that when you say process, you're looking really perhaps for a recodification. Let's make the existing law clearer, easier to understand, structured in a way that makes sense. And as they're doing the recodification, highlighting, oh, and by the way, committee, here are some policy considerations that you may want to look at. That's not our role, but here's what you should look at as they do the recodification. Is that what you're saying?
Very much more articulate than I said it, but you're absolutely right. That's it. That's exactly what I'm thinking, because as you said, there's been so many changes over time that there are a lot of things that perhaps we don't even realize that they conflict until they do conflict. And then we got to go, oh, what do we do?
Trust me, as a lawyer, you find those and then you go, now what do we do when you're trying to advise the developer of the subdivision and or the municipality?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for reminding us, Representative Ducharme, about your original intent. My sense is that as the committee has discussed this bill, because obviously we've had work sessions on it previously, is that I hear what you're saying, and as Senator Bailey has kind of helped us understand that, that's one approach. I think what we've also heard, though, from folks is that we should also be revisiting both the intent of the law and the things that it's trying to achieve that then inform policy that then dictate process. So I'm just going to confess that I personally struggle with kind of doing the process analysis of what's associated with the law as implemented and using that as the guidance when I think, you know, based on the decades of accumulated statute and rules and everything, it's confusing. It's a good point in time, given the changes that we're making, to revisit what are we really trying to accomplish here? Does the existing statute do it? And then can we make sure that the processes are defined and running efficiently to make that happen? So I guess that's my sense of where this has evolved in addition to where we were. So I just wanted to say that and then say, how do you respond to what I just said? Is that completely different than what you're thinking?
No, and as a matter of fact, I think that's the policy piece of it. Because I think the departments know full well what is policy and what is process. I think that's very clear. Whenever we do anything in this building, we know that there's going to be a process, and then we set the policy, and then they develop a process to meet that policy. Well, you currently have a policy, okay? And the policy, as Senator Bailey said, is very cumbersome. It's very confusing. We want the process to be less confusing so that people can do it, can streamline it, and get it done. That's why I say if they run into a policy area, then they bring it back to us, and we deal with those individual policy areas on a case-by-case basis as we need to, without wrapping our arms around the whole job at once. I think the policy, I think by splitting it, process policy, if there are policy changes that need to be made that affect process, then the department is well versed in adjusting that process. And I'm not concerned about that, particularly now we have MOCA, the Office of Community Affairs, because they have all of the specialties in the same room. All of the people that know how to do all this stuff. And that's, for me, I think that's a really good place for us to be, to rely on those experts that we have in those areas to help us with that stuff. We continue to set the policy. And then they'll figure out the process to implement it. That's typically, I think that's how a lot of our stuff goes.
Senator Bradstreet. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Representative Ducharme. Regarding policy issues, MOCA is a fairly newly constructed entity. And it looks like you want the policy considerations to emanate from that organization or like some organization. Would that give the affected parties, for instance, the land developer, still the opportunity to put forth what they think should be done and offer policy changes through them, through that entity?
Either that or through specific legislators. If everybody knows we're doing this, then you're going to get the calls. Senator Bailey's going to get the calls. Hey, we're working on this. As you're working on that, it may be something that, that needs to be taken care of. Everybody brings it to the table. And I think I think that's probably a decent way to think about it, because we're out there representing, that pool of developers or contractors or landowners or that kind of stuff.
Any other questions for you? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if I could ask Samantha Horn to come up. Are you available? Yeah. Please. Probably. Apologies for not giving you a heads up there. I think we have another chair.
Joan's the expert on this for us, so I can give MOCA context, but I'm gonna have her start off here.
Great, thank you.
And I have my laptop, not as a barrier, but because I don't have the law memorized, I really always defer to what's in statute because of its complexity. So I should be prepared.
Thank you. I would understand the barrier as well.
No.
I think my main question would be, if this were assigned to you, what concerns do you have? And is the charge adequate from your perspective to understand, to be able to do it? And then I guess my last question is, who, from your perspective, who is missing from that list of possible participants?
The list is prescribed in the.
Yeah, from the original.
In the original LD.
Yeah.
I think we need to include, in lieu of the county registry of deed representative, a land surveyor.
Okay.
Because the land surveyors, professional land surveyors, are working with the property owner and or developer. You don't always have a developer depending on the scale of the subdivision, but the land surveyor is actually plotting out the proposed lots and has to certify, has to stamp the subdivision plan. So they're on the ground, they're doing the survey of the property, they're drawing the lines, they are meeting with the property owner, developers, other stakeholders, neighbors, perhaps. They're intricately involved in this process. So I think they really need to be part of the group that we're working with.
Okay.
However you define we.
Okay. I guess I'm asking for help on the defining of the we for that group.
Right. No, I was the we I was talking about was whether it's DACF or
Oh, I
DEC
see,
or
yes.
MOCA, DECD, however you identify.
Gotcha.
From the State Department agency perspective, who's taking the lead on this.
So in terms of capacity for MOCA, to do this work? Can
I
you-
believe we have capacity. I'll defer to Director Moore.
Yeah, I think, so there's several options on the table, right? There's, what Representative Ducharme just proposed, which is an internal agency, multi-agency effort, and then there's sort of the original stakeholder group effort, and then there's has been proposed sort of an expanded stakeholder group effort. I think for just an internal analysis, we would have the bandwidth to do that next fall after we've got the bulk of the growth management stuff underway. And so I think a timeline of February is probably realistic to have a return report if we are just ourselves with no additional resources doing the analysis. I think if there's going to be a stakeholder process, we probably do need some facilitation and process management capacity. And so that would be $20,000 or $30,000 most likely. And again, we'd need to start it in the fall. And then whether we're at 20 or 30 probably depends on how many stakeholders and how much depth you want us to go into. So I think, I mean, it's a very important topic. I think the plural we in the administration should, at your request, take it on and work on it. And it's really just a question of sort of which order of operations you all want to do this in. Do you want to have a technical review first? And then tackle policy, or do you want to tackle policy first and then have the technical review follow? So I hope that answers your question about capacity.
When you say an internal review, we're not talking about this list of folks any longer.
Right, I
We're talking
think
about just
yeah.
state staff.
Right, I'm just speaking to Representative Ducharme's proposal that would not convene as I understand it, would not convene a stakeholder group. And so that's the piece that if we were going to just take a look at that and involve DEP and other state agencies, and we'd probably ask questions of experts outside of state government, but we wouldn't be convening a group that would be discussing it. And so if that's the first step you all would like to take, I think we have the resources. We just wouldn't be able to start it till the fall because of the growth management work right now.
So that's a decision point for this committee. If we were wishing to move forward, is it a group with a stakeholder or is it an internal work group?
I think that's a key decision point, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Yep. Chair
Thank you,
here.
Mr. Chair, and thanks for that framing. That's very helpful. And then with regard to the sort of the chicken and egg thing that I keep wrestling with, how would you characterize the outcomes or the output of a technical review and how valuable or not that would be in looking at the bigger issue that we're talking about? Certainly there, it sounds like very clearly, I'm looking to where Senator Bailey was. Senator, oh, there you go. Okay. The technical complexity and the challenges of dealing with the law. We also have a lot of testimony that really speaks to, is this really doing what we need it to do today? It was, accumulated over decades and set up to do a particular thing. Is it in your recommendation, would it be your recommendation to do one before the other? Because I want to make sure that we are actually really clear about what the problem is that we're trying to solve with whatever we propose, and then determine, is this the right way to solve it?
I'll take a stab at that from the big picture framing, and then, Joan knows this subject in much more detail than I do. So if I'll ask you to fill in or correct me if you think I've gone astray here. But I think there are two buckets of issues. One of them is a structural issue that's really about the mechanics of how stuff gets done in regulatory systems and, with recording of things and how do definitions read and how can I make this stuff clearer? And there is another bucket of issues, which is, are the principles that the system operates by on a policy basis, the principles that the legislature wants to see it operate by, and are we providing the right nudges to accomplish policy goals? Are we providing the right level of landowner rights? Those are big picture questions. And I truly do think we could approach it from either direction. That whichever one we start with, the other one's going to have to match up in the end. And so there will be some adjusting along the way. But I think we could approach it from either end and be successful. Do you have more you want to add, or?
I just tend to be a little biased, having worked with this law for so long, that I keep hanging on to, let's simplify the process for the property owner. If you look at the definition of a subdivision, all of the exceptions make it very difficult for property owners, but also for municipal officials, code officers, planners, and land use attorneys to determine, and ultimately the judges, to determine what is and is not a subdivision. And that has implications on lots of levels. I don't have a real strong preference on which approach we take, which direction you want to go. I just think that it's been tweaked so many times that it's creating problems internally. And when you, as I've said previously, when you get a room, not even a room, a handful of code enforcement officers or planners, and they can't agree on whether this particular plan, this particular scenario is or is not a subdivision, that's something that we need to address, ought to be addressing. How we go about that, that's your call. I just think it's past time that this question get answered.
I think you know that we're pretty outspoken, and so if we had a strong feeling one way or the other, we would tell you. We really do. I mean, both of these components are important, but we think we can work with it either way.
Can I just go follow on that?
Please.
Because there's appreciate the guidance that you could do it either way.
Okay.
There's also a workload that would be involved in doing the technical analysis and reporting that back and vetting it with other experts and that sort of thing. That would be work that then if at the other end, there were also recommendations, we want to change all of this, then it's sort of would it be more work that way than to do it in saying, what do we want the policy? What do we want the goals to be with the policy, then to follow those goals, and then review the technical aspects in light of those changes that we want to make?
I don't think so. I think that whichever end you start from, you're gonna have to, when you get to the other piece, you're gonna have to make adjustments. I don't see a big difference, honestly. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that sometimes for some problems, like getting the framing right then makes the detail easier. And if you change the framing substantially, you end up with different details. But just from what I know of subdivision law, my guess is we're not going to end up with like a completely different way of doing subdivision in Maine that no one has ever seen before. My guess is that we're going to be in the general vicinity of sort of how things work today, but with different nudges or different emphasis is my assumption. And hopefully a lot better process. I think if we were considering maybe you are, and so my answer would change, but if you're considering like a complete wholesale revision to how subdivision works in Maine, then my answer would probably be different. But my sense is, based on what I understand some of the policy concerns to be, that we'd probably end up with some of the exceptions would be different. There might be some areas where there's some more stringency. It doesn't seem like the whole framing is going to be different, but tell me if that's not correct, because I may be wrong.
And just to respond to that, I mean, that's what I think. I still am not comfortable that we have answered that question, because again, we have a lot of testimony that says there are definitely considerations we should be thinking about in terms of clarity for landowners and property owners and how they want to develop their property. There are also, I think, consequences that the existing accumulation of law has led to that I think people are questioning, like, is this law, this body of law leading to where we want to go? I think that is a really fundamental question. To your point, it's sort of a base level question. So I'm very open to hearing other perspectives of like, no, we're good. We just need to, really make sure it's working better. But again, based on my reread, because I made sure I went and reread the testimony, I'm not sure that that's where we are. So I think you're framing it well and thinking that through, and I would look to other folks too.
Senator Bailey.
So for me, and you know, by way of confession, I have a very linear brain. I am A, B, C, D, and do not veer from that. But for me, in order to again look at what, if any, policy considerations we need to make, we first need to understand the current law. And again, the way it is currently structured, I think it is difficult to understand the current law. Not impossible, but it is difficult. And I, again, I can tell you as a practicing attorney, I mean, some of the questions that come up are, you know, law school exam questions, all the hoops you have to, yeah, you're laughing with me because
Yes,
you know what I'm
yes.
talking about. And so again, to expect a property owner and code enforcement officers and developers, you know, to be able to figure this out when, again, you know, a lawyer, you know, has to consult with colleagues and talk it through. It's just impossible. And for lawmakers, again, to figure out, is this, you know, the policy that we want, or do we want the policy to change? We first need to understand, what does the current law say? And I don't think that's clear.
Senator Bailey, may I ask you, so in your A, B, C, D, does that lend you to a certain pathway of doing the internal review first? Or,
Yes, doing the recodification first and then addressing the policy issues, because then, you know, if they come back and they say, okay, I use the word recodification, you can call it whatever you want. So now, and as they do that, they will also find where the inconsistencies are, and I assume they will point them out, you know, and so there will be decisions there in terms of, you know, what was the intent. But once they do that and they can come and say, okay, now here's the recodification, here's what the law says, then this committee can look at, oh, is that what we want? Or no, actually, oh, we thought it said something else, and, you know, start those policy discussions. So yes, I think you need to do the recodification first. When I use that term, what I mean by that, because I've been involved in that before, is you're not changing the law, you're just rewriting how it is structured so that it's more easily understandable, it makes sense. You know, like making decisions in terms of, do you write, you know, what is a subdivision first and then have 10 exceptions, or do you take those exceptions and incorporate them into the definition? But you're not making policy decisions, you're not changing the law, you're just restructuring it so it makes more sense.
I will check in with the folks that might get this charge. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and how you understand it?
Yep.
Okay. Representative Callamore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too am like Senator Bailey. I like the linear approach. I know sometimes the lines go into two directions and they're happening at the same time, but I also agree. And as somebody who looks at both policy and technical data all the time, I think the technical side and the recodification side of that will really help us see, where are the inconsistencies? Is it doing what we thought it was doing? And oh my God, if you could make it easier for property owners and code enforcement officers so that two neighboring towns don't have a disagreement when half your property is in one town and the other half is in the other, and you have two code enforcement officers looking at it very differently. The technical side, I think, would help with that a lot.
We're
Any other-
aiming for simplicity.
Are there any other questions? Another Representative Gear.
And just, I really appreciate that dialogue. For my own brain, because I'm a big picture thinker. Different, I follow linear process, but I'm also, what are we about here? And I just would ask you all, and anybody else who'd want to weigh in on this, what is the purpose and the goal of Maine subdivision law currently? And can that be stated today?
Well, I think I'd like you to take the first crack and then I'll have opinions, but let's.
You don't like this term, but to ensure orderly growth and development, to make sure that as land is divided, I don't want to say subdivided, but as land is divided and developed, that it's reviewed for impacts on the municipality, on the region, on the state. And the impacts of the development are broad. It's laid out in the subdivision statute. It's the impact on the infrastructure, on the environment, on the community, on the schools. And it allows the community to understand how, I was gonna say how it's growing, but it builds a public process into development so that the community is aware of what someone wants to do with their land. But also, I think it presents a barrier so that we don't see a lot of land being divided and developed without that expense, without the forethought, but also without overburdening municipal services and regional infrastructure.
And I would just add that, so I think some of you know that I used to work for Land Use Planning Commission, and during that time thought a lot about subdivision issues in the UT. And I think that's an environment where it becomes, and I realize we're talking about municipal subdivision right now, but there are some parallels. I think in those very low density areas, it becomes magnified, the impacts of development that doesn't go through like either a natural pacing mechanism, like 2 and 5 or 3 and 5 is a natural pacing mechanism to give communities time to adjust to more development. Unless you go through subdivision, in which case the impacts can be very directly analyzed and accounted for in, as Joan was saying, the infrastructure planning and expenses. And in those very low density areas, it becomes very apparent that if you all of a sudden had, let's say, let's say a large landowner wanted to all of a sudden put a bunch of houses in, if you were doing that without subdivision, you could potentially have 100 house lots instantly appear and no fire services and no, the road would be inadequate. And there's all those other things that have to be there in order for development to be sustained and healthy for the community. And so that's why we have a mechanism for, like, you as a property owner, you can do some amount of development without that subdivision approval, but then after you get to a certain point, we really need to take a look at how to accommodate that kind of development within the community infrastructure. I think I'm basically just underlining what Joan said, but in the context of, if you look at a very rural area, it immediately becomes apparent how that mismatch can occur quickly.
No, I just,
And if I could, oh, go ahead.
I just want to clarify, I didn't mean to say that the subdivision statute intentionally limits development because of the cost. But I think that inherently is part of what happens. If you have to hire a surveyor, you have to hire an engineer, you have to hire experts in order to develop your land. There's a limiting factor there for the average resident. But I don't know that's not, certainly not a stated intent. It's just, I think, in fact, part of the reality of how communities are developing or what property owners need to go through in order to develop their land.
Thank you. Again, very helpful. And Joan, I don't dislike the word orderly. So just, I just wanted to state that because I hear what you're saying. But I do think that you're really hitting on a key point, which is the process that, as you guys just described it, does seem to be a process with a goal. Again, if I'm interpreting what the goal is, to maintain certain patterns of development over time. And so for me, again, not being a planner, I come at this, well, what about, neighborhood planning or more master planning approaches? And if you're gating things out over time, how does that fit in? Because that's really what we might be losing in my mind if we're simply taking a kind of very incremental approach to development. So again, I'm just saying these things out loud because I hear what you're saying and I'm going, but wait a minute, what if you did want to plan a new neighborhood on a piece of property that would be subdivided as a result? And is that the right way? So just stating for the record how my thinking is different when you try to think about what is the purpose of this law. And then to your point, Director Horn, how that plays out in a more rural UT area versus a place where you're looking to maybe put in a new pattern of development where appropriate to meet needs for missing middle housing, for example, or more of a diverse neighborhood of housing with diverse housing types in it. Like that's something that I feel like we struggle with in Maine, and I could be just missing it that we do it and I'm not seeing it. But to the extent that our existing subdivision law is a barrier to those new kinds, envisioning those new kinds of housing in neighborhoods. My fear is that, just by looking at this from a technical perspective, we miss the opportunity to see how that might be interacting and or allowing or preventing that from happening. So that's really what I struggle with when I look at the different directions that you could come at this from. And we could miss that if we don't think about first what policy goals do we have and how is subdivision a piece of meeting those policy goals. So
Go ahead. The comprehensive plan is where the community does the visioning and lays out those policies. It identifies where it wants those neighborhoods and what they want those neighborhoods to look like. The subdivision ordinance is a tool to implement the community's planning as much as zoning is. And they work in combination. If a community is doing comprehensive planning, identifying its future land use plan, the zoning ordinance is going to identify minimum lot size, densities, dimensional standards, types of uses in this part of town versus that part of town. I say town, I mean cities as well. The subdivision ordinance is specific to how a parcel gets split for that development. But the long-range planning is the comprehensive planning. That's where the community is going to identify. We want to create a new neighborhood, perhaps. Here's what we want that neighborhood to look like. Here are the characteristics of that neighborhood. Then the zoning ordinance sets the parameters for that, the requirements, minimums, maximums, or whatnot. The subdivision ordinance allows the property owner to go ahead and create that development.
I guess I would, yeah. I mean, that's a great overview, how those pieces come together. And I guess I don't see subdivision as that, other than the fact that it's hard to navigate because it's hard to understand. But otherwise, I do see subdivision as a tool also for shaping development and hopefully in a positive way. I don't think it fundamentally is the determinant for our development patterns. I could be wrong about that, but it's as Joan was saying, it's one piece of a long chain of things that all together determine what a town looks like. I don't know if you all remember, it's burned into my brain, the adjacency discussion from the Land Use Planning Commission days. And that discussion was about what does it mean to have divisions that aren't subdivisions, and does that create sprawl? So there's sort of a discussion on both sides of the issue, because if you have division that's happening not within a subdivision process, I mean, I think the consensus in the state is that some unregulated, slow growth for landowner development purposes is what we want. And, my sense is the consensus in Maine is that that's the policy. I don't hear a lot of call for change of that. And so once you get, where that line is, and once you get past that, the subdivision law should give the town a lot of tools to implement what Joan was talking about with the long-term planning. And it's part of the suite. So I'm not sure I share your assessment, but I totally could be wrong.
And I appreciate that. And I think that, perhaps one of the things we can look into is this question, because it could be just the comprehensive plans that I've read. Again, when you get to that implementation, point and the clarity to the community about where certain things will happen, I think is still often very amorphous in many places. Again, that could be a feature of the ones I've happened to look at in depth. But I do think that's a thing that many Maine communities are struggling with. So there might be communities that it's very clear, this is what's happening where, therefore, if you own land there, you can do that, great. But for those communities that are in the throes of how do we tackle our housing challenge and where that's going to happen, so that's my response to what you're saying, because I hear you, and I don't think we have the answer to that. Ties in with the growth management stuff and how we think about that in other work. But for this purpose, I think this helped me a lot understand where we're coming from. So thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any discussion? It's my hope that based on this conversation, there might be an amendment that someone can work with our committee analyst or amendments between now and the work session, which I hope would be in very early January. Any other discussion?
And I would say I'm happy to be part of that effort. And also, I'm wondering if there could be maybe some combination of the things that we've discussed today, where we would be looking at the technical things and then also potentially the impacts of some of the technical issues on some of the bigger picture strategy questions. That would be what I would put forward and look for assistance with. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Is committee ready for a motion to table? Representative Cullimore.
I make a motion, we table.
All those in favor? It's tabled. Thank you very much. We'll now open up the work session for LD 128, an act to support permitting of certain multifamily housing development under the site location of development laws.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I will do what I did with LD 161, which is just kind of go over what this bill proposed and some of the highlights of discussions you have had at prior work sessions. So this bill is a department bill from the Department of Environmental Protection. And the first thing I will note, so that none of us forget it, is if you do move forward with this bill, the change on the first page, line 42, should not be kept. You'll remember that it was a Ross change that reversed the meaning. That's to take out provided that and replace it with as long as. So if you do move forward, hopefully we'll remember to clarify that the change on line 42 will not happen because it is not just a revision, it is actually rewriting the meaning. So this bill does several things. First, it changes the definition of.
One second. Representative Cullimore.
Sorry, just along those same lines, I also had note that on line 39, unless should have been as long as.
On that page?
On that page, yeah. Line 39, subsection 1 is underlined, and then instead of a less, as long as.
I'm going to revise what I said. Let's make sure if you move forward with this bill that we hear from DEP and they clarify whether it's line 39 or 42, that we should keep the same. Thank you, Representative. DEP is the authority on that, but we're not going to forget it. Okay. The definition of subdivision is proposed to be changed in this bill, and you'll recall the department testified that they brought this forward so that this bill was more in line with changes that have been made mainly to Title 30A with respect to what is a subdivision and accessory dwelling units and the ability to have more than a single family home. You'll also recall there was some discussion on the wording, and I took the opportunity during the interim to work with the department on clarifying what this phrase should be, that would reflect what their intention was. So I do have some language I could read to you. I'm talking about the first on page 1 at the very top between lines 4 and 15. And you'll see the changes start on line 7. So this is the exception. And what it currently says, it is except that when a lot are for single family detached residential housing.
Can you actually start from 5 so people can follow? Of just, so on page 1.
Yep.
Just the
Start from the
start of
very
it?
beginning. Yes. So currently a subdivision is the division of a parcel of land into 5 or more lots to be offered for sale or lease to the general public during any 5-year period if the aggregate land area includes more than 20 acres. So that's the general rule. What DEP is proposing to change is except that. So the current exception is except that when all the lots are for single family detached residential housing, common areas or open spaces. Then a subdivision means a division of a parcel into 15 or more lots. And the land area includes 30 acres. So general rule is 5 lots within 5 years, more than 20 acres. The exception says if it's a development of single family, if it's a subdivision with single family detached residential housing, then it's a subdivision if it's divided into 15 or more lots within the 5 years and the aggregate land area is more than 30 acres. So currently that's what it says. What DEP said is the phrase single family detached residential limits it to single family, doesn't allow for duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. And also this section does not say anything about accessory dwelling units. So they proposed this original language and but it wasn't entirely correct or clear as you all had discussed. So the exception would be changed. And that's what starts right after on line 6, right after the more than 20 acres. So the exception as possibly amended would say, except that when all lots are for a single detached residential housing structure containing up to 4 dwelling units. So going from single family to single detached residential housing structure containing up to 4 dwelling units. And then after it, it would say with or without 1 accessory dwelling unit. So the exception would apply to a single structure with up to 4 units. They also can have 1 accessory dwelling unit. If that's what the lots are going to contain, a single detached residential structure with up to 4 units and or 1 accessory dwelling unit, then it's not the 5 lots and 20 acres, it's the 15 lots and 30 acres. I'm getting a nod that this is correct. So that is the proposed language change that I worked on with DEP after one of the last work sessions where there was a recognition that it wasn't clear that you're talking about one structure, not 4 separate units, but 1 structure with up to 4 units. And then we just reworked where the accessory dwelling unit went in, so it was clearer. There's 2 other changes, but I'm going to stop on this one.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we're no longer referencing families, which I know was an issue before because you could have multiple families in 1 unit.
Yep.
But also, can we get this in writing so that, because I have towns asking about this bill, that I can say, this is what we're proposing. Do you have issues with this language? Because the families language was an issue. Because I don't have anything, I'm trying to keep up with what you're saying, but
Yep.
you've called it units and divisions, and I want to make sure
Yep.
I have the correct language.
I absolutely can provide that. I can absolutely provide that to you. And depending on what the committee votes, if they vote and if there's more than one amendment, but I can, so we'll have to check back whether you want this language or some other language should the committee move forward with it. But absolutely can get that for you. Any questions on this one?
Would you just say that again? I wrote it down as you were doing. So the part that starts with except.
Except that when all lots are for a single detached residential housing structure containing up to 4 dwelling units.
So that's a quadplex. It's not 4 tiny homes.
That's right. It
Okay.
can-
One structure.
One structure.
4 units.
Up to 4 units.
Up to
yep.
4 units max.
And then with or without 1 accessory dwelling unit.
So you could have a quadplex. The most you can have is a quadplex and an accessory dwelling unit.
That's correct. 1 accessory dwelling unit.
And if that's what they have, then 15 lots and 30 acres is what's required.
Yes, that's when it becomes a subdivision and Site Location of Development Act applies.
Okay.
I'm going to go into other
Questions?
changes.
Oh,
but we
please.
can-
Oh, yes. Continue.
So there also, Representative Collmore was correct. There were places in here where places where it refers to 4 families, which would be, if you want to make it accurate, you would want to change to 4 units because we're talking about a structure with 4 units. We're not talking about how many families are in there. The bill also made a change to existing law, and I'm on page 4, the last section, section 5, which is rulemaking. Currently, the statute says that the rules adopted by the department under SLOTA are routine technical. The department is proposing to expand that to clarify that when it says rules adopted under this act are routine technical, it includes rules to establish a permit by rule option. So, and you may have heard me describe this differently, but the department clarified that this is intended to clarify that the word rules adopted by the department under this act include when the board adopts permit by rule option. Currently, it's to clarify it so there isn't any confusion. So that's one change. And then the other major change is we're going to go back to page 2. And those are sections 2, but mainly section 3. This is adding another exemption, if you were, or clarification. And this one says land or water areas that are located within lots used solely for detached residential housing designed to accommodate up to 4 units are not counted towards the 20-acre threshold in that prior statute for purposes of determining jurisdiction. And then it mentions the detached housing may include an accessory dwelling unit. So that was,
Where are you in?
this
you
is
said
section
page 2?
3 on page 2.
Okay.
And I would say questions about this one would be best answered by the department. I know that we discussed it a bit before, and the department definitely has a better understanding of what this is intended to accomplish. And those are the 3 main changes.
Great. I'll invite a representative from DEP. Come on up. Thank you. Welcome. If you could introduce yourself to the.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Curry and Representative Gear. members of the committee. I'm Rob Wood. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Land Resources for the Maine Department of Environmental Protection. We administer the site law along with other environmental protection laws.
So on the section 3, page 2, it's a change from what we're looking at. Is that correct?
No. This is all new language. There was no discussion that there be any changes other than changing 4 families to 4 units. And that's on line 29.
Just change it to match the new definition entirely, right? So do you want me to?
Yeah, please
just to
jump
speak
in.
to the intent here.
Yeah, please.
So the starting with section 2 of the bill, the revisions to that to section 488 subsection 17 of title 38 in that section of the bill are intended to simply make the changes that are being made in section 1 of the bill to the definition of subdivision. So the definition of subdivision within the site law, changing that definition triggers other necessary changes within the site law. So that any change, I would recommend that any change that is made to the language that defines what a subdivision is in the definitions under the site law, then that same language should be used in the other sections of the site law that are being amended to keep up with those definitional changes. Section 3 of the bill is a new proposed exemption, but the way that we view the intent is simply to clarify existing practice. And so the purpose of section 488 subsection 17 of the site law is to clarify that a subdivision triggers a single family residential subdivision triggers the site law by virtue of being a subdivision, that it doesn't trigger the site law by virtue of being a structure, because a structure that's not a subdivision can also trigger the site law. If you have 3 acres of impervious area or more that's not a subdivision, you can also trigger site law by virtue of being a structure. So that exemption clarifies that a subdivision is not going to trigger the site law by virtue of having 3 acres or more of impervious area. It's going to trigger the site law by virtue of meeting the definition of a subdivision. So we recognized that in drafting this bill that there might have been an oversight in the site law exemptions, because another way that a development can trigger the site law is by occupying a land or water area of 20 acres or more. And obviously the definition of the subdivision of a single family residential subdivision does not allow for a subdivision that subdivision to trigger the site law until it reaches 30 acres. And so we are simply seeking to clarify that a residential subdivision, whether it's single family as it is now, or whether LD 128, you all recommend that be enacted, and then it becomes a residential subdivision with structures that can contain up to 4 dwelling units, et cetera, that in either case, it makes sense in our view to clarify that a subdivision would not trigger the site law by virtue of occupying 20 acres of land or water area. It triggers the site law by virtue of meeting the definition of a subdivision. Okay. I'll stop there.
Yeah, Representative Collmore.
Thank you. Just a quick question on second 3. A road associated only with such lots is also not counted. Does that mean that it subtracts from the 20-acre number? So like if the road took up an acre because of length or whatever, that it would actually be a 19-acre? I'm just trying to understand that.
Sure, that's a great question, Representative Collmer. So when the department is looking at whether a subdivision triggers the site law, we're looking at the lots and the road and any common areas or easement areas. All of that is encompassed in the subdivision that either does or doesn't trigger the need for site law review. And so that exemption language in section 488 subsection 17 just mirrors that definition. So it's saying that the impervious area associated with the lots and with the road in a subdivision does not trigger in a single family residential subdivision is not counted as structure that then can trigger the site law. Sure.
Just to clarify too, in the bottom of page 1, which thing is supposed to actually change and stay the same?
Yes.
Whether,
Yes.
because I had in my
Yes.
notes line 39.
Yes, you're correct. It's line 39. So they've, I think, inadvertently replaced provided that with unless, but it should be provided that should have been struck and replaced with as long as.
Okay.
So line 39 should say as long as, and not say provided that.
It should say as long as and not unless. So it currently is.
Oh, I see.
I think
Yep.
that the revisor's office is just changing the term provided that with
Mm.
as long as in all bills. And so and in this case, there was just, it seems to be just a mistake.
Okay.
And I have one more, if I may.
Go ahead.
So when we look at potentially having the changes that you had worked on, that would be changed throughout the bill in the proposed amendment, because there's areas like I've marked section 2 and lines 26 through 38 that would need to align with that at minimum, just in my quick look.
Are you looking at
To a-
page 1 or page 2?
So page 1, and then would be where you do the initial changes. So then section 2 on page 2 would need to be aligned. And
Right.
then when you go to page 3, the section that starts on line 26, that also references that same type of definition in that first paragraph. So I just want to make
Yes.
sure we are planning on all of those changing to that language. Yes.
That's what we would recommend.
Okay.
And that's, I'm just going to repeat section 2, 3, and 4.
Can you back up a second? I'm not sure I followed you. And just speak to me, what are you looking for in subdivisions that do trigger the site location and review?
So once a subdivision triggers the site
Yeah,
law, what are we
so
reviewing?
you have a subdivision proposal and what are you reviewing?
Oh, absolutely.
To determine that it has to be, that it has to have site law or site location,
So
development
there's
review.
so I think what you might be asking Senator Curry is there's a jurisdictional threshold, and then once you're in, then we're reviewing an application for the development and what standards are we reviewing it against? Are you looking at for both answers to
The jurisdictional
jurisdictional?
question, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's either, a subdivision of land that is not for just for single family residential dwellings is five lots on 20 or more acres. So 5 or more lots on 20 or more acres. That's what triggers the site law jurisdiction.
Okay.
If the subdivision is solely for single family residential dwellings, then it's 15 or more lots on 30 or more acres. And that includes the road and common areas and any easement areas that might be associated
Did
with
you
it.
say that correctly? 15 on 30 acres currently?
Currently.
Okay, thank you.
So there's essentially there's a higher threshold as far as lots and land area if the subdivision is solely for single family residential dwellings. And so that gets back to kind of the intent with this bill is kind of, the subdivision definition within the site law does preference single family residential for residential subdivisions. That's and from an environmental perspective, just to be clear, oftentimes, generally speaking, those are going to be kind of lower impact, because when you look at, for example, septic systems, you're just looking at, the septic just needs to be designed to accommodate one residence as opposed to a multifamily structure. And then again, just kind of going back to the intent with the bill, we were looking in collaboration with the governor's office of policy innovation in the future at ways that, the subdivision definition could be tweaked to allow for denser residential development without triggering the site law, recognizing that once a subdivision triggers the site law, that, it's a more fulsome, robust review process. And so we understand that there is an incentive to avoid the site law. And so is there a way to allow for those, let's say 14 lot residential subdivisions to add some density without triggering site law? So if if they want to add accessory dwelling units to the plans, they would be able to do that without triggering the site law if they're 14 lots or less.
So someone that was in a 14 lot place that didn't, that isn't under site law, they could create a duplex in their own house. So if they currently where they couldn't right now, if we were to pass this.
Correct. So technically speaking, if you have a single family residential subdivision that was permitted under the site law, changes to that subdivision or proposed changes to the approved plans for that subdivision then require an amendment to the site law license. And so if somebody did want to change from a single family to multifamily or add an accessory dwelling unit, or split their lot, and for example, those changes would technically trigger the need for an amendment to that, or a revision to that site law permit.
But if they were if they weren't a subdivision, if they were 14 or fewer lots and less than 30 acres, then
they would have never triggered the site law under this new definition.
And splitting, creating an ADU on their property or dividing their property wouldn't necessarily trigger it now. Or would it? Or did I just get into the mess?
Law school question.
So if you had a 14 lot subdivision that already exists today, and they proposed changing the approved plans to allow for residents to create duplexes or ADUs, it's possible that they might not even ask the question of the department, but if they did ask that question, they wanted to develop ADUs on all of the 14 lots, the answer would be that that's no longer a single family. It no longer meets the definition of a single family residential subdivision, and so it would bring you into the site law. And same thing if you wanted to create duplexes where there had previously been single family housing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a real life example question based on a planning board meeting in Waterville last night.
Okay.
We had a subdivision of 13 homes in front of us. Can you tell me if if the developer decided to add ADUs to all 13 of those lots in this process, how would that change? I know it seems a little redundant, but I need it for.
Sure. 13 lots with single family residential and ADUs in the plans. That's part of then that would.
Right now, it's just single family homes. If the developer decided they wanted to add ADUs to each of the plots of land, not plots, but plots.
We would say that's no longer single family residential because it would have multiple families on a single lot. That's what the proposed subdivision would be designed for. And so then it would just be governed under the 5 lots and 20 acre definition of a subdivision, in which case if it's 13 lots and it's 20 acres or more, then it would be a subdivision that triggers site law review.
Okay.
But that's what we're actually seeking to change with this bill.
Right. So how would it change?
So with this bill, with LD 128, then that 13 lot subdivision that's single family residential and they add ADUs to the plans, that would no longer trigger site law review.
Can I ask?
Please.
Follow up? Okay. So in this specific real life instance, they're currently trying to determine whether or not they are able to connect to city water. It's on the other side of another development, and they're not sure if they'll be able to connect to city water, if they have to make an arrangement with the other development to utilize their private water system. We have to, there are certain things that are addressed at the city level to help them determine that. I feel like adding 13 ADUs to a 13 unit housing development would be an issue for a private water system. And maybe even if it happened enough in a city, a public water system, this is the only red flag I have here, and I'm really trying to resolve it in my head. if you have any, any way of helping me resolve that, I'd appreciate it. But if now's not the time, it's fine. I can ask later.
Right. I mean, I understand the concern, certainly. I mean, so the outcome of the bill would be that some developments, some smaller subdivisions, that would otherwise have triggered DEP's site law review would no longer trigger that review. However, in the case of utilities, for example, there are other reviews that cover that topic. So the DEP site law review is not the only review of whether the subdivision will have an adequate water supply. So I think that's the way we would look at it is that in many instances, we will not be losing a substantial amount of protection by allowing that 13 lot subdivision to add ADUs and not go through site law review.
Because there's a redundancy basically already.
There's some redundancy, but that's not the case across the board. I mean, in our testimony on the bill last session, we did point out some areas where certainly, the municipal review could be as robust as the DEP site law review, but that might not always be the case. It might depend on the municipality, the capacity that they have to conduct that review. So for example, when you go through site law, when a development goes to the site law, it's going to be reviewed by staff at the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife and the Maine Natural Areas Program, as just a matter of course for any site law development. And that's not necessarily going to be the case for a project that doesn't get site law review, depending on the municipality. The municipality might be looking really closely at wildlife issues, but not in all cases. Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What does the committee need in order to move forward with towards a vote? Not trying to vote today again, but are there any requests? I want to make sure that we're teeing this up so January we can know where we're voting and not tabling again. So Representative Mallon.
Just a clean copy of the amended language, I think would be lovely.
Excellent. Any other requests? Okay. Move to table. All those in favor? We'll table that. We'll now move to open up the work session for LD 1926.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our clerk is going to be handing something out to you because it's been quite a while since we've talked about LD 1926, which is Representative Stover's bill, an act to require increased housing density or lower minimum lot sizes for workforce housing. So we did have a
Can you
work
speak up
session.
just a tad? I can't hear you.
So what I've handed out to you was I created for myself to help you go through this, and then I thought I would just share it with you. So basically, I'm going to go through right now what this bill, the main points of this bill. This bill is focused on what is known as workforce housing development. And a workforce housing development means that there are 5 single or multifamily dwelling units, that 50% of them are offered for sale or lease to a person whose income is less than 200% of the area median income. So this bill is focused on that type of housing. And what the bill does is it allows for increase in density or increase in minimum lot size, and it's scaled increase. So it depends on the income of, and I'm talking about sections, let's see, in section 1, the bottom of page 1, and then all the way to page 4, you'll see that if, for example, under the density increases, if the housing development is for households with income between 80 and 100% of area median income, then the density increase of at least 75% is allowed. If the income goes to 101 to 120, then the density goes down to 60, the density increase. So as the, so for housing developments that are marketed towards the lowest end of the income spectrum, then the density increase is higher, as is the alternative minimum lot size allowed. They're higher depending on which income market segment the housing is focused on. Other changes proposed in this bill, or things I wanted to note for you, is there is an off-street parking requirement in this bill, and that differs. It's 1 parking space for every 3 units. You did work quite a long time last session on LD 427, which had to do with parking spaces, and that bill required 1 space per unit in a designated growth area. So this bill proposes the 1 parking space per 3 units is actually different than something that you voted out of this committee and was enacted into law. Another thing that this bill requires is that municipal regulations for the workforce housing development may not unreasonably restrictive of implementing this section. So we're talking about ordinances on setbacks, height limitations, and similar ordinances. And this law requires is that those ordinances not unreasonably restrict the intent of the law. There was testimony at the public hearing by the Department of Environmental Protection that this actually was contrary to shoreland zoning, which is specifically mentioned in this section 5. And then there was discussion among the committee about what the meaning of unreasonably restrictive is. And it's, of course, a subjective standard that a court would eventually need to interpret. Another provision in this bill is the compliance calculation, which states that the calculation, and this the sponsor may have to help you with this. So when a municipality is doing a calculation of whether the development meets a municipal requirement, let's say a setback requirement, when that requirement is based on the size of the structure, the number of units, or the number of lots, they use the size, number of units, lot size before the increase in density or the change in the minimum lot size. So when it changes how a municipality calculates whether a development is in compliance with their some of their ordinances, and it bases the calculation on what was originally without the density increase or the minimum lot size increase. And some of the questions that came up, one was, does this apply to setbacks requirements? And is this apply to like wastewater requirements? So if it's a density of 3 units and it complies with wastewater requirements in the municipality, and then there's a density increase and now it's 5 units, is a municipality required to say it passes because the wastewater was good enough for 3 units when now it's 5 units? So it's not entirely clear what types of ordinances this is meant to capture, to include, and to exclude. Another section of this bill that is not, I'm not entirely sure what the intent is this says that if the development receives a density bonus, then that's considered to be in compliance with any state or local requirement that a certain number or percentage of units must be affordable. What I think this means is if there is a state law, for example, that says that in a municipality, 10% of those units must be affordable, then if there's a density bonus, then that is considered, is under this statute, has to be considered in compliance. And what some of the questions were is, what if it's a Maine State Housing funded program that has funding from the federal government? Or that, and the federal government requires a certain percentage, something perhaps different than, requires a certain percentage of affordable housing units. Would this law, provision of law, mean that it automatically had to be considered in compliance with the federal requirement, which could create a problem because the feds probably are not going to allow the state to say, you asked for 10, but this complies with the state law, so therefore it complies with your 10. So there may be some language tweaks that we would want to, you would want to put into it, so it's clear you're not talking about a federal requirement or something tied to funding from a funding entity. Other provisions that I didn't have really any comments on is there's a requirement in here that there be a restrictive covenant recorded for these developments. And the restrictive covenant set has to say that for 30 years, the units must be rented or sold in accordance with the income limitations originally established. So it's similar to some of the housing projects that Maine State Housing funds, in that the income restrictions run with the property for a period of 30 years. This law does clarify that the tenant or the purchaser needs to meet the income requirements at the time they rent or purchase. It is not an ongoing obligation. So if you are renting and you meet the income requirements and you get raises, you're still allowed to rent in that unit. It's at the time of renting or purchasing. And there are some implementation dates in here that are tied to municipalities and that were, I believe, January of 2026. And that may be something that you want to extend since this bill was carried over and will be carried over and enacted in 2026. That's kind of a fast, high level review. It is a quite complex bill. With the density requirements and some of the calculation provisions. And I know that the sponsor is here and she may be able to answer any questions you have that I am not able to, or perhaps she may have some. I think, yep, she is here.
I'll ask any questions for the analyst first. Sure.
So just, I have a few questions, just clarity of the off-street parking requirement. Would this, as this is written, the 3-unit parking space, it would conflict with the 1 space one?
Yes, and that the 1 space per unit is only in designated growth areas. But yes, there would be an inherent conflict in the law if this was passed.
Okay. And I just wanted to clarify in that. And then the compliance with state and or local requirements, it says that, but I just wanted to be clear. So say a municipality, I'll use my town, Brunswick has a 15% affordability already in all their buildings. And I don't think it doesn't matter if there's a density or not. If you have built more than 15%, you have to have.
I think that provision and the compliance calculation provision, I think that getting the sponsor to clarify the intent would help in ensuring that the way it's drafted is capturing the intent. So I would defer to the sponsor or.
My final question is, the restricted covenant requires 30 years. Maine State Housing is 45.
Okay, that I did not know, but thank you.
So, you know, to my knowledge, that's what it is. And so I just would want to make sure that it wasn't less than that, or created something where somebody had already purchased something that allowed them a loophole to get rid of it before that amount of time.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions. One, I know I had an issue with the unreasonable language before, and what I'm trying to understand, which is still not clear, and maybe this is a question for the sponsor, is how do we make it so that a municipality doesn't have to go to court because we think it's unreasonable for a 3-unit or 3-level place, because then we'd have to buy a ladder truck for our fire department, but the contractor's like, no, that's unreasonable for you to limit that just because you have to buy it. So how do we make this so that unreasonable is not an undefined term that requires court intervention?
Yeah. As of today, I have, because there's other bills, the subjective use of a subjective standard is always a struggle. I am not aware of an alternative. There are different subjective standards. You can put phrases that say, examples include but are not limited to. And you can kind of try and sketch out what unreasonable means, but it's very hard to take a subjective standard and not have it open to challenge and then interpretation by courts. And there are so many other examples the other bill we have today has some subjective standards, and I did some research on other states, and they all have these subjective standards, and they all do end up in court for a court to define. There's some, as I said, there's some drafting ways to use examples, but that still doesn't turn it into an objective standard.
Okay, thank you. That's my fear. I can picture like a small town like Burnham having to try to fight off a big place, and they don't have the tax money to pay for that. So I am concerned about subjective standards. The other thing, the income requirement part. So my question, and again, if it's a question for the sponsor, that's fine. But what if the increase in their income, so they get a raise, makes it so that they lose the benefits that are actually making them afford the apartment? So like receiving help with rental assistance. And so now they actually can't afford whatever they're living in as a tenant. And so who eats that cost?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So
quite
it's
yet.
it's the income requirement in here says the tenant/purchaser, if it was a purchase instead of a rent, was required to meet the income level restrictions only at the time of rental or purchase, but not ongoing. That can mean two things as I read it. One, they could potentially get a raise and make more money, which I can see where we might be trying to prevent them from losing their home because they did well at their job. But there's so much more attached to that. Like if you were receiving assistance in order to be in that low subsidy income housing, but also by saying that they only have to meet that income requirement, then what if their income has actually dropped because they've lost the job and now they can no longer afford the rent? Who eats the cost of that person in that apartment if they met the qualification at the time but now can't? And how do we protect property owners from defaulting on their mortgages because they have somebody living there that they can't kick out because of this statute?
So I will try to answer that. I'm not sure it's going to be, I'm not sure, I don't need to think about it a little bit more. So what this bill says is the apartment has to be, I'm kind of processing out loud. The apartment has to be, we're going to talk about renters. Apartment has to be offered and rented to someone whose income is below 200%. This does not provide any rental assistance, right? So that's kind of a separate, they may or may not qualify for some form of rental assistance that's separate from what this bill allows. If their income goes up and they lose the rental assistance because, or whatever else is helping them afford, whether it's healthcare premiums, whatever is helping them afford to live there, and they can no longer live there, I think that there is no protection offered in this bill for that kind of fact of life event.
And if I might on this, maybe take a pause, because I do believe that since this is targeting folks with incomes between 80% and 200 of HUD AMI, these would not typically be people who would qualify for housing choice vouchers anyway. So the risk, this is the population that is sort of above the level where they would qualify for that. But again, I just want to take a pause and make sure if there are other questions for the analyst, but then invite the bill sponsor up to address that particular question. That would be my understanding. Any other questions for Lynn? Great. Would the sponsor like to join us?
Sure, and I'm going to ask Elizabeth Frazier to join me as well.
Great.
Who I've worked with on this.
Thank you.
Because she's. We'll get cozy.
And yes, so please introduce yourselves and then Representative Collimore's questions. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 48, including the towns of Booth Bay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, Westport Island, and South Bristol.
And I'm Elizabeth Frazier. I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I represent the Maine Real Estate and Development Association.
And thank you for the questions. And Chair Gear, you said something in the last hearing about the missing middle. And what this bill is attempting to do is to address exactly that group of people who are the missing middle. And where would you like to dive into these questions?
So with regard to Representative Collimore's question, I attempted to give my understanding, but I want to make sure that you all are speaking to a tenant who may have rental assistance and whether or not that would apply in this instance. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, it's not only a tenant. That was just one example that has rental assistance potentially. It's also a tenant that met the income requirements, has lost their job. Now they have no ability to pay. Who is the one responsible for that? And what are the protections for somebody who may be on the brink of losing their home that this person is living in because that rent pays their mortgage and their insurance, et cetera?
So I would say, thank you for the question. I would say one thing to take it right back to the sort of like when you come in, the income verification is that your income does not exceed the maximum limit, right? It's not an actual guarantee that you can make rent, right? I mean, that's a separate decision by whoever is renting you the property that you have, can make rent. It's to ensure that you're not exceeding the income limitation. So I would say that from the get-go, it's not necessarily designed to ensure that whoever is the tenant has, consistent long-term ability to pay. I think they have to be able to pay. And even, I would say that's obviously if that particular situation happens, even if they're not rent assisted, right? They might have some other form of assistance and that happens. It is unfortunate. It happens today, even in low income housing. So I would say that is a missing component of the safety net writ large. And that in that situation, the property owner is protected through eviction.
And that would be true of any rental.
Right.
It aligns with other rentals, types of rentals.
Also, I just wanted to make sure that isn't being negated, that option. I don't want anybody to lose their home, obviously.
Right.
And if you've been in the position where you're about to lose your home, you know how horrible that is. But I just wanted to also make sure that the people who own the property aren't going to lose their home because they may be living in that and renting out a unit.
Yeah.
Excellent point. And also you mentioned the height.
Oh, yes.
The question around the height, and this wouldn't supersede what already exists in your height ordinance, whether it's in your small town of Burnham or anywhere else that you may be.
And you
height
raised,
restrictions still remain in place.
they do, and you raised the question about the reasonability as applies to some of it. So I really thank you for bringing that up because it's a good clarification. Height, dimensional standards, anything, so sewer and water, anything else that you can think of. Yes, the reasonability thing. I will happily say on the record, it was not in my letter because I didn't think about this. So thank you. We're willing to drop that. It's not that we don't think it's important. We do. There's a reason we included it in the first place, right? It is, I'll be perfectly candid, right? That is about getting after towns that are trying to stop housing development, full stop. If it's unreasonable, right? And we really do mean we would, unreasonable, but to your point, and given the concerns that might be felt by some of the municipalities, I think, in the interest of wanting to move this forward, happy to to drop that, given the complexity.
Other questions for the sponsor? Senator Bradstreet?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you for being here. I'm always curious about the parking requirements. In the original bill, it says, I think, 1 parking space per 3 units. Marita, I think you recommended changing that to 0.67.
To comply.
Yeah, so it'd be 2 for 3 units. And a lot of maintenance own more than 1 vehicle. How is that going to work? I understand maybe municipality can't restrict it unrealistically, I think says in your testimony, but unrealistically. But what about a developer who wants to do that? Have more than 1.
Oh,
For instance, if I moved
You
in,
can
I've
go
got 2
above
vehicles.
this, you could go above that standard and allow for more.
Definitely. If the developer wants to add more spaces, they certainly can. The town just wouldn't be able to limit, the town wouldn't be able to require it. That's right. And also I should say, this is a good, thank you for bringing up parking. A great question. Yes, all around. Yes. Everybody loves the topic of parking. I that leads me to another point, which is in the letter I hope you all got from me yesterday. If you didn't, I have copies of it and happy to talk to you about it afterwards. But in that letter, I suggested, and I don't want to get ahead of you or get away from you, but Marita suggested that we would be willing to consider limiting the applicability of this from the current proposal, which is anywhere zone residential, to a more narrow applicability, which would include growth areas. And we suggested also areas covered by public sewer and water, or those areas where the developer would at their own expense bring the sewer and water over, and then it would be covered by sewer and water. And something called urban compact areas, which I'm happy to talk to you about, but we're trying to get at like areas that are really, like I don't mean downtown even. I'll give you the example. We were talking about the area around Rock Row. That's what called it to our attention, right? That's sort of near transit, very heavily identified. It's already in statute. So I'm happy to talk to you about that. All of that is to say that if you were to go in that direction, if you wanted to go in that direction, the changes you've already made to parking would certainly apply to growth areas. And we'd be happy to have that apply across to extend the growth area limitation if you want to use what's already been done. And we're willing to be flexible on this was sort of my point, and however you want to go about that.
To align it with what you have done.
Yeah.
Around parking.
And Senator Bradstreet, I would say that the work you've already done on parking, some of the good work around parking agreements, right? Some of the things you just did last session, that'll be really helpful in if this were to go through, if a developer's trying to make this type of project happen, say parking is expensive, but there's a garage 2 feet down the road, they can get, spaces relatively cheap. You could now do that. It's the work you've already done. That's helped a lot since we wrote this bill.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Golick?
Just about the parking again, if I understood you right, you're suggesting maybe even leaving it like this, but just in growth areas. Well, we already have a law that says in growth areas only 1 space is required. So this will increase it.
Increase over what's currently required, do you represent? Our intent is certainly not to, let me just say what our intent is. Our intent is to not require parking as much as humanly possible. So only to require what we think is sort of like what someone would really need to use
Minimum?
a
minimum.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna think out loud here for a little second, then maybe the minimum should be in non-growth areas that you have here. 1 to 3 and leave the other one, which is just for growth areas.
That was a suggestion I had as well that I thought of,
For
so that's
what?
another option.
Because we don't have anything that's not covering the
Right.
non-growth areas, and that would be helpful in my community.
Yep, that could potentially be helpful as well.
Something like that I could agree with, but I just don't want to weaken what we already have.
Absolutely not. Agreed.
Other questions? Representative Colomar?
I really hope that we don't have to go down the road of arguing about parking again. I just want to say, I really would love to see this just align with the 500 roll calls that happened in the
Yes.
House last session, that everybody knows clearly how I stand on, except for Senator Bradstreet, who was not on the committee last session. I will be a hard no if we expand anything we already did. So I'm just putting that right out there right now. I have municipalities who are already angry about that parking space bill. And so just so that it's clear as we're getting ready to do amendments, you will already have a no on
Well-
that if we expand that requirement and hurt our municipalities more.
I think that we would be willing to amend with what's existing, the work you've already done and not recreate under this bill.
Yeah.
Comply with what's already been done. And the
Yeah.
500 roll calls, which sounds like a record.
And it's worth reminding, because I have to remind myself that we wrote this in like August of 2024. So keep that in mind as you're thinking, why the heck did they do? That's why.
Right. And now you've done all
Work
this
has
parking
continued.
work.
Other questions? I've got a couple if I'm not seeing any. So I just really like to make it really clear, crystal clear that, this is the mantra all the way back from 5 years ago, that setbacks, dimensional requirements per the height issue, water and sewer capacity and shoreline zoning always apply. And they will apply in this bill as well, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
I can't go home if we don't say that about shoreland zoning because I will have to move.
They'll throw down like spike mats.
They'll
on
blow up the
27.
bridge.
And in addition, if a municipality, for example, has determined that there is, they have capacity for 40 more dwelling units, and this would create 45 or something, that all of that still applies and would be a gating factor to any development that went beyond that capacity.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's right.
Yes, Representative.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
That's
And then my second question is something I've been noodling over a lot, which is thinking through 1829 and the provisions that are in 1829 and how this would theoretically interact with that in, say, a growth area. And just for clarification, urban compact zones, I think when we think about those, that sort of town centers and commercial corridors, if you will, would be the language I would
Thank you.
use. So, the road where your Hannaford and your doctor's offices are, those sorts of things that are in the urban compact of many towns in their agreements with DOT. In those kinds of settings, and thinking about, again, where either water and sewer exists or where there is a designated growth area. Have you all thought that through and worked through some of those scenarios? And would you share that thinking with the committee?
Yes. I have thought it through quite a bit. So has the committee. We think that as a general matter, these work nicely together. We don't think there's too much overlap, actually. I think one question that was raised, and if it's not clear in our bill, we should certainly make it clear. But I think it is clear. And I think, Lynn, you may even touched on it in your analysis, so feel free to correct me. Hopefully this is written such that it's clear that it's not intended to like multiply on top of what's in 1829 in 2003. So what do I mean by that? Like, we are assuming that the town has adopted 1829 and 2003, and that it says that those are essentially bonus things, right? This would apply to the underlying zoning. So certainly duplexes are no longer allowed statewide. That's just a hard line thing, right? So, but we're not trying to get like in where you have 2.5 times density or up to 4 units. It's not intended to stack on top of that. It is intended to be in lieu of that for places where that isn't working or isn't appropriate. So I hope that's helpful.
And that's really where I just want to clarify. I'm looking at Lynn as well, because I just want to make sure we're clear on where that the base zoning wording is in here. So it's clear that that's not, you're getting your 2.5 density bonus for affordable and
Right.
like it's not stacking. So let's just have an eye to that. Thanks.
Yeah. I should say though, in terms of stackability, I'll just say it would stack with programs. Like you could potentially do a LIHTC building and then add some workforce units on, or if you're doing historic build, whatever, it's intended to be flexible with that kind of stuff as well.
Representative Golick.
I kind of repeat myself here, but I just want to get your guys' opinion on what I asked earlier. You know, you say 30 years, they must be, yeah, affordable. Can we change that to
45
to 45 to be equivalent?
to comply with main housing? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Cole.
And then Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to look quickly, but maybe you know the answer. And when we're talking about stacking, how, if any, would this stack in terms of the affordable housing tip?
Ooh. Oh, that's a good question, Senator Bailey. I can tell you what my client hopes is true, which is that it would work with the affordable housing TIF. But it's a good question because I don't know the income limits on the TIF.
I know, so I was trying to look.
Yeah,
at it.
like
If you could,
I'd be happy
that
to get
answer
you
for
some
me.
answer to that. Yep.
thank you.
Yep. It's a good, great question.
Oh, sorry. That's okay. Good question. I also had a question specifically on page 3, line 39. We talked earlier about needing to document income at the point of tenancy. And so it says, the owner or agent shall keep records on file throughout the tenancy of a tenant. I'm assuming that's just the initial documentation of their income and not, so the
Subsequent.
throughout was just a little confusing to me. as
Not
to-
throughout the whole tenancy.
You don't you have to.
I think it's
re-get that
meant to
information every year.
say, keep the records that were initially taken in throughout the time. Yes, you have correctly identified that. Yes.
So if Lynn, if
So
you
to
could just make
fix
sure to
that
have some
language.
wording there that would be clearer on that point.
That it would just be.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you. And to that point, we also want to make sure that this does not conflict with requirements of businesses holding on to documents that they have to hold on to for tax purposes as well. So we want to think about that because it's like a 10-year requirement or something like that for taxes. And depending on the business, it might be longer.
That's a good point. And two, I should say, that in my letter, we mentioned that currently in the bill, we have the landlord or the seller doing the income verification. Very happy to have a third party do that. Like I can only think of Avesta as an example. There are others that do it. I think the public housing agencies do it in some cases. So happy to have that language in there. And we could provide that as well. But wanted to mention that since we were talking about income verification.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thanks.
Thank you all
For
very
being here
much.
again.
It was very nice to see all of you again.
As we watch
Seen a
the
lot
snow
of you.
fall outside.
I know,
This was-
I keep looking that way.
I know,
I'll
it's
be
like,
looking at you.
that is not what they said.
No, no.
Once
So
again.
be careful out there.
Gee, they were wrong.
I hope.
So I guess we'll move on. I'll pass the chair back to my co-chair here and we will move on to any committee discussion.
Discussion? Any further? No discussion for this bill, and then we'll shift over. If there's anything more. How do, yes, Senator Bradstreet.
Very quickly, yes, I mentioned that parking issue because it was brought to my attention by someone who's affected by that. They also mentioned that some of the provisions of LD 1829 are they think they're hard to enforce. And so I'm just wondering if we have any feedback from 1829. No, that's the committee. The committee, yeah.
Representative Collmore.
I'll just throw out there, there's a fixed bill coming for 1829.
Excuse me.
There is a fixed bill coming this session for 1829.
Excellent. All right. Any further requests so that we are in as best a position the first week of January to vote on this bill? Yep. Representative Collmore.
It's not just specific to this bill, but for all bills, when we've talked about the changes that we're hoping to see and amendments and stuff like that, I would just really appreciate having flushed out language ready. Because I'm very unlikely to vote for something that doesn't have good flushed out language because we've seen too many issues with that. So for me, I'd love to see the amended version that we're looking at for that final draft that we would actually vote on when we come back in January.
Thank you. Representative Mallon, was that a vote in support or did you have a
I
question?
agree with Representative Palmer. I actually asked for that while you were out of the room for the last bill as well. So.
Agree with that.
Yeah. Excellent. With that, I'll move to table.
So moved.
All in favor? It's tabled. I am looking at the snow. And I am looking at our calendar. We have one more bill. We have 1921, LD 1921. The bill sponsor is here. And
I'm here.
And I'm wondering, what is your pleasure? Is this something we can start and stop, or you can give us an update? Can we be short on this? Is what I'm asking.
I believe I'll just look at Lynn here. I believe we have some folks who are they still on Zoom available?
They may be. So there were two individuals who were invited to come and talk to you about New Hampshire. So that this law was 1921 was based on what the New Hampshire law is. And two individuals were invited to answer questions about the New Hampshire and to kind of explain the model in New Hampshire. And are they still, one of them is still online on Zoom.
Come forward.
They can be flexible.
They can be flexible for another date if we need to be. Would they prefer to be flexible? Do you want to schedule?
We can
reschedule?
reschedule.
Okay. I think we're not going to pick up, with that, we're not going to pick up LD 1921, given the snow and the hour. And if you were waiting all day for that one, I do apologize. I have heard that I've heard reports that there are car accidents about and the roads are greasy. So please be really careful, or wait. So, any other request of our committee, analyst? Yes, Representative Palmore.
Not a request of her necessarily, maybe, I don't know. Could we get a definitive answer on our first date of meeting in January? Are we
Are we approved
meeting?
for January 6th?
The committee does, all committees are approved to meet on January 6th. That was in a PO letter a while ago. So this committee has not officially scheduled to meet on January 6th, but it is a meeting date that's been approved for everyone.
Okay. Why don't we talk and then we'll announce it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And before we wrap up, I just want to thank our clerk who's joined us for her first day in the committee. So bravo. So with that, we will move to adjourn.
So moved.